Good morning, St. Louis.
Where's Tim? Where is Tim? He's been gone so long.
Where is he?
Oh, okay, go ahead, Jackson.
No, I just get it out.
All right.
I want you to
But where
feel
is
free.
he?
I want you to feel loose.
Where is he? Turn around, Tim. Come home.
Wichita?
Is he in
back
Wichita?
I think so.
Lovely Wichita.
Yeah.
Tim, Martin, both in the Hamptons. Well, we are here in STL, holding it down on the morning after, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. We are in our Healthcare Evolution 7 o'clock hour. Doug, Tim Martin out. That means Cam Jansen is sitting to the left
I
of
saw
you.
him sitting over there.
Third
Hello, Cam.
day.
What's going on?
Love
Hey, dudes.
having Cam in. Cam is in the building. Kirk Garner to your right. Garner, touchdown.
Storyteller.
And a lot to talk about today, Doug. There's a lot of things. It was a rich sports viewing evening last night. With we had 2 NCAA tournament games. We had the WBC final.
Oh,
Doug, what is the lead?
I guess it would be the WBC final. I think that's what it is. They only play that, every other year? People seem pretty excited about that. Certainly they were in Venezuela.
oh my gosh, and rightfully so.
You want to hear, to start out our little discussion here?
Well, sure.
Well, first of all, I want people to chime in. Feel free to chime in.
Are people mad about this?
Well,
Because
we're
I
gonna
kind of
find
am
out.
too, baby.
We're
Like I
gonna
watched
find
that,
out.
I'm like, what?
We're going to find out. The Air
Let's go.
Comfort Service text line is 314-399-9646. You can call in on the Callie and Thompson phone lines, and always feel free to hop in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Let's hear some sounds of the WBC. The USA is down 2 outs in the bottom of the 8th, and up comes Bryce Harper, Doug.
Harper sends a fly ball to deep center field. Better late than never. Bryce Harper has tied the championship.
That was incredible.
Then we go to the top of the 9th. Can the USA hold on and maybe get a chance at the bottom of the 9th to walk it off? Eugenio Suarez, with a runner on second, does this.
Into left center field, headed for the gap, and Venezuela has retaken the lead. Eugenio Suarez just like that.
Boy, it sounds like they were playing in Caracas. It was in Miami.
It was in Miami. And then up comes 3 straight lefties for the U.S. in the bottom of the 9th. You had Kyle Schwarber.
Yeah.
Second up to bat was Gunnar Henderson, and then the young Roman Anthony. 2 young guys at the 2 and 3 there. And Roman Anthony, I believe it was a 2-2 count, and this was the call from Joe Davis on Fox.
Venezuela, the best in baseball.
Venezuela wins the WBC.
Didn't we just take their leader over in the middle of the night?
Took him. He's
a
sitting
couple
he's sitting
months
in jail
ago.
here.
Did we shut down the whole grid and tuck him and
So when I got Cam out of
And
the
then-
lobby this morning,
yeah?
I said, what a night in sports viewing, and Cam says to me, are people upset? Are people mad? Should they be upset? I think the question was, should they be upset? So you're upset. Please.
Kind of, yeah.
Explain
Let's
yourself.
go. America's pastime.
Yeah.
We get all the big dogs. That big dog lineup.
Sure.
I'm not going to break the game down for you, but they should win. And I know it's a one-off, and I know I get all that, but man, oh man. I don't know. I don't know. Bryce Harper, though, I'll tell you what, he's about as cool as you can get. Mm-hmm. He's
Big
doing
moment.
his thing, baby, going down.
Huge bat flip.
He walked it.
Huge flat
Little
bat.
strut.
And then Eugenio Suarez said, hold my beer.
Yes.
Because when he got to second, his celebration was just outstanding.
No, you could see it in their eyes, dude. You could see it in their eyes.
A lot of passion. You could hear it. The crowd
Way
was
more
going
passion.
crazy for both.
Yep.
When Bryce Harper hit the home run, place was going bananas. When Venezuela got the double there, the go-ahead double in the 9th, they were going nuts when they won it.
Oh, man.
The place was going crazy. A lot of energy. And you like seeing that out of baseball in mid-March. You don't usually get that when it's usually laden with spring training games that don't really matter.
So what are people complaining about? For the most part, with that game, I mean, a lack of hitting, obviously. Was the lineup okay? Do you blame the manager?
I'm going to hit the Air Comfort
what are we
Service
doing?
text line. I'll just read from the top. Mrs. Janie Shanahan says, meaningless exhibition BS. Who cares? At least we have all their oil. That's from the 314.
Yeah, that's more important than a win in March.
Boozy said USA had 0 at-bats with runners in scoring position last night. Eric in the Central West End says Joe Davis sucks. In DeBoer We Trust says, looks like the boys didn't really care.
I'm sure it was much more meaningful for Venezuela than it would have been for the U.S.
Sure.
I mean, this is something that they have down there. They've won something. They've conquered the giant. In the U.S., it's okay. What's on tonight? I mean,
it's unfortunate.
They love to have won, but we didn't even have all of our best players. Had a lot of them, but not all of them. Didn't have the best pitchers there. Didn't have Cal Raleigh wasn't catching. He's clearly the best catcher. A lot of them begged off. Like Tarek Skubal's the best pitcher going right now. He said no thanks.
Yeah.
And so when things like that happen, it's hard to get too worked up. It's hard for me to get worked up about this stuff.
How do you get the big boys to say yes? What do they have to do with this thing?
I mean, I'm
not sure it's possible.
They had Aaron Judge, Bryce Harper.
I was going to say, they're
Paul
still pretty loaded.
Skeens,
Yeah.
Still had a big line. They managed 3 hits.
Yeah. Right. I think it's really tough to sit here and break down a one-off baseball game. Anything can happen in the one-off baseball game. The White Sox sometimes beat the Yankees in the one-off baseball game, but over a 162-game season, the Yankees will come out on top.
But those are games in June. Like, you know how important this is.
For sure. But it's not – I don't think guys are going up there like – casually taking at bats. I think they absolutely want to get on base. They want to do the best they can. But it's a one-off baseball game. You know, Aaron Judge can go. Like I don't know exactly at the top of my head.
Was there a spot where they couldn't go
He's taking a beating.
Right, like he's one of the best hitters in modern baseball. And he had a bad night. Like it's a one-off, and it's not like Venezuela is full of nobodies. I mean, we just listed Eugenio Suarez is one of the best hitters in baseball too. Wilson Contreras was out there last night. You know,
Acuna.
They're loaded. They're totally loaded. Salvador Perez had a bat last night.
Where would they be? Where are they ranked compared to every other country?
That I don't know right now.
So what would they be equivalency of like what, Latvia beating Canada, or what? Germany?
No, they're right up there.
Like a Sweden.
Maybe
Sweden's
like Finland.
pretty close. Finland?
Probably. I mean,
so they're there. All right.
I'm
just asking questions.
I'm using hockey terms, of which I don't really know.
I would say the U.S., the Dominican, and Venezuela are probably right there.
Puerto Rico. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if there's enough Puerto Rican players, but close to it.
Right, and then Japan. Like, those are the big dogs.
Yeah, Japan.
Those are the big dogs.
Would not having it right at the very beginning of the season change anything?
That's what people were talking about.
The question is where would you put it?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have.
You do it in the season, you're not going to get MLB players. You do it after the season, you're probably not going to have the same commitment level from guys because they just got done playing a marathon of a baseball season. This is kind of the only time they can do it.
Yeah. It works pretty well. It's an interesting, fun event in March when the only other baseball going on is meaningless spring training games. It's pretty good just the way it is. We just didn't win.
Yeah, they had it in their eyes, though. Those guys were pumped up.
They were crying. The Venezuelans were crying. They were so happy.
I saw a couple of the U.S. guys took off the silver medal about a half a second after it was worn around their neck. Schwarber, Mason Miller. Well, how would you react to a silver?
Not happy.
Yeah.
We have 350 million people here. America's pastime. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
They win that game.
And then you pack up.
Win that game and let's let everybody know. I know we still got the big boys.
And then
I don't know.
You pack up and you go back to your team and you cash in your $25 million a year salary, and you get over it.
Exactly.
It just goes to show where baseball is at right now. It's home run or nothing at bats, and just throw it as hard as you can. That's from Blocked Collar. First baseball game I've watched in a couple years. I'm mad that Fanatics fixed the see-through pants. That's from Al in Dadeville, whose Georgia Bulldogs will be going up against St. Louis
That was his big
tomorrow evening.
Yeah.
His takeaway is he can't see through the trousers anymore.
But Fanatics does take a beating, too, from people, I feel like.
Right. Well, they did when they changed the uniforms to have the really weird small names and small numbers on the back. That was awful.
Well, people complain about the jerseys, too. Like, buying the jerseys are different than what they used to be.
Sure.
Like, even like Blues jerseys or whatnot.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Just because it's America's pastime doesn't mean Americans are the best. The reason a lot of MLB teams are good is because of international guys. It's from Grandma Johan.
Yeah, that's true. Just like in hockey and just like the NBA.
Credit to Bryce Harper for going and congratulating Team Venezuela players. Bobby Witt Jr. congratulated his Royals teammates. That's from the amateur proctologist.
Okay. You don't want to be an amateur proctologist.
You got to start somewhere.
Yeah, but it's a kind of an ugly field of medicine, I would think. Kind of a rough one.
You'd likely want to be paid for your work.
Yeah, they make a lot of money, so why are you going to do it on an amateur level?
Just, to get some work in.
You might have some NIL
If you're going to do that, you got to get paid.
You love what you do?
Yeah.
Love the game.
Love the game.
How could you love what you do?
I don't know.
Yeah, the consensus I'm seeing from the Air Comfort Service text line is either people are just kind of like, it was an exhibition game, but I don't really care.
Well, that's a shame.
They'd be beating their chest if we would have won.
Yeah, I agree. Be braggadocious, just like we were with the hockey thing. It is what it is. That's what you do. But you can't. Bryce Harper, though, man, oh man, that guy.
I remember watching him as like a 15-year-old hitting home runs out of Tropicana Field up at the catwalk in
He's got
Tampa.
the hair flowing.
Yeah.
I remember one home run he had. Just crushes it and is stopping and stares at it. And then he sprints the whole time like, wah! I'm like, that guy's awesome. Like, even if you're not good, like I would go down and pay money to watch him.
And he's going to get paid till like, what, 39 or something? He's got that's probably inaccurate, but he's got a long-term contract for a ton of money.
He's been around for a while now.
He has, yeah. He's like, how old is he? He's 30 now, something like that.
Yeah, he's something. He's making a ton of money. Oh, God.
Aaron Judge always disappears in the big moments. It's from Tim's offshore
So
bookie.
people are saying, you know.
Yeah. Like my consensus, like my view of it is any one-off baseball game, anything can happen.
Roll
it was
dice.
fun to watch the energy in there. I hadn't watched much of the tournament, but I did watch. It was an incredible night of sports viewing last night. The and I know it's a 16 seed playing a 16 seed, but when everything is on the line, it's still pretty fun. UMBC Howard was a great finish. You go right into that to the WBC. Watch the end of that game, and then flip back over the tournament for the second half of Texas and NC State, which was an outstanding game. And on the call is Charles Barkley and Dick Vitale.
Yeah.
Like it was like up until 11 p.m., I was thoroughly entertained from about 6 p.m. to 11 p.m. It was just a great night of sports viewing.
I love seeing Charles out there just
Charles and
chirping,
Dickie V. I mean, it's
chirping everybody.
incredible. Charles, he's asking questions about the rules of
So
college
funny.
basketball.
He's
like,
so funny.
when they call a timeout, can they advance the ball like they do in the NBA? And they're like, no, Charles. He's like, oh, all right. He's asking if they have
He's
any
the funniest
timeouts
man
left.
on the planet.
He's incredible. He's incredible.
You know, he's one of the funniest men I've ever witnessed.
Yeah, and I think he's that funny because he's truly untouchable. Like he can
course.
say whatever he wants, do whatever he wants, and they'll still say, "Charles, come on back."
was
I mean,
he
he
saying?
did that on TNT. It was True TV, but at Turner Broadcasting, and he just left to go to ESPN. Like they'll still happily have him back.
And then he chirped TNT last night too.
I hear. I
He's like,
have the audio.
I figured you would. I figured you would.
This is Bruce Pearl, former Auburn Tiger coach, Charles Barkley, former Auburn Tiger, talking pregame before the Texas NC State game.
All right, hit the lever, please, Pale.
Yep.
Hit the
I can hardly
lever.
wait to hear you and Dickie V on the call. But I want to give you an opportunity before the game to give us some of your best Dickie V impersonations, like some of his pearls. Go ahead, give it to us.
Well, one of my prerequisites for working this tournament game was I didn't want to be in the studio with you because, man, there's some people looking for you, Bruce. And I didn't want to get beat up because I was sitting beside you or we were
I'm right
riding
here,
back
Charles.
Hey,
I'm right here. Come get some of this.
Hey, listen. Let me tell you something about TNT security. You can go in Kenny's and lockers and steal anything because we all got the same damn code. That's how cheap they are. We all got the same security code. So if you want to go in Shaq, Kenny, or my locker and steal something, feel free
what's
to
the
do
number?
it, Bruce.
Tell us.
Hey,
Charles,
those people
thank
at
you so
TNT, they're so secure with their security, they gave everybody the same damn code. How great is that?
Charles Barkley.
The man.
Yeah, he's great.
What somebody chimed in. Score says, I like when Charles called the NCAA boneheads last night.
Yeah.
Just doesn't care.
Oh, no, he's saying whatever he
Unbelievable.
wants. He's the voice of the people. In
You
a
ever
way.
meet him?
No, I bet you have.
Yeah, at Boston.
Yeah.
Game 7.
He's a big hockey guy.
Yeah.
Big hockey guy. How was he? I hear he's
The
just
nicest human.
Yeah.
Said, hey, it was the nicest guy in the world.
Yeah.
Took a picture with him. Just a sweetheart of a guy.
Yeah.
You know, loves hockey. I don't. He's always at all those games.
Loves hockey. He was wishing well to Leon Draisaitl last night. There was a guy in
Oh, really?
Edmonton jersey, I guess, who was rooting for
Yeah.
Texas for whatever
Draisaitl got
reason, and he
rocked.
was like, I feel bad for my guy Leon Draisaitl.
Yeah,
He's
he got
really
hurt.
into it. So
Yeah, I like that, man.
oh, he's great.
You need people. You need people like that stand their ground and know who they are and know they can get away. but he doesn't do anything. Like, he's funny.
Right.
Like, yeah, he'll chirp the San Antonio women. But it's, sorry, but that's funny.
It is hilarious.
It is. It's hilarious.
And
he's a sweet guy, and you kind of know that. But for him to be able to get away with it and kind of be like, no, I'm not going to apologize.
Right.
I think that's healthy.
For sure.
You know?
I think he's one of the rare people that is like truly untouchable because he's so damn good on the broadcast. He's so good on TV. And he has so much money from playing and broadcasting for as many years as he has. It's like, he's kind of like, okay, they fire me, cool. I'll just play golf and gamble for the rest of my life. And if they don't, I'll keep saying exactly what I want to say whenever I want to say it. So he's kind of in a perfect position. And that's a rare thing to be.
You know who else is getting that way in the hockey world? Who do you think?
Biz.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Some of the stuff he does on TNT, you're like, whoa.
What's he do?
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Like, he's all over the place. Like, he'll do crazy stuff.
I think he's at like...
No, crazy stuff.
He's like early in his Barkley kind of career. I think in 5-10 years, I'm sure he'll be at that. I think Barkley, because of his... Like, that's the difference between Biz and Barkley is like, Biz played in the NHL, no doubt, good player, but
no,
Charles Barkley's an all-time great.
Exactly.
You know,
he's Hall of Famer, and just a guy, a fourth-line guy, kind of like how I was.
Right.
But just turned his media.
So good.
You got to respect it.
Yeah.
He dominated social media before any of us thought about it.
Right.
We were so worried about what we were going to say. I got GMs, barking down my neck. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing here? You got a chew in your mouth. You got this. Like, you're like, I'm not getting on social media.
Yeah.
He didn't care. He was playing in Phoenix, and he started tweeting all the time. Built it up. They even shut it down. He had to do it again. 2.0 now. He calls himself, and then that built up, and so he was there. And then once you're there with all that, so many people following you, now you got a little bit, now he's hired to be this, he's hired to be that, and you can get away with so much more because you have power. You have so many people following you. So.
You remember when he hopped on the Spin Chicklets thing? Was that like 2018-ish?
Yeah, because we started 2019, and we were like really the only hockey podcast going for a little bit.
Like national hockey podcast.
The one
interview based.
And then now everybody's doing it, but they started, I think, in 18.
Yeah.
Because I think I went on there in 20. I don't know when it was.
I remember watching your interview on there in like 19. It was like in a hotel room.
Yeah, I did one before that too.
Okay, gotcha.
So that was my second time on there, and I brought Patty.
Right.
And he just won the cup. I'm like, well, how did we just bring Patty in there?
That
was great. So a lot of people look up to them and look at Biz too in the media landscape. And you're like, wow, like it's good to be able to be that free and get away with it.
Right. Text in your thoughts, 314-399-9646, the Air Comfort Service text line. Coming up today on the Polos Plus dossier, Jeremy Rutherford in studio, 845. Love talking over JR. Send in two-part questions. You know he'll take them. We'll talk all things St. Louis Blues, and then we'll have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up at 9:45. That Schaefer Door Company prize, $5,000 garage door, Doug. That's nothing to sneeze at.
I
see you over there, and you're like, you're trying. I'm telling you, there's nothing to sneeze at when it comes to that.
My garage door made that sound again today when I hit the button. Went for about 5 seconds. What is that?
Yeah.
I oiled it and everything. Boy, I may need Schaefer door to come out.
Yeah.
Yeah, my middle one goes, Kilcoyne. I'm like, whoa.
Your
Shakes
middle
the whole
one.
thing.
So you've got, 5 or 6
3,
garages?
but they're tiny.
Oh.
And you gotta sneak in there.
Yeah.
You're committed when you go in there. Like, I'm not getting in and out.
It may not come back.
Yeah.
Well, this is a great time for Tim to tell the folks about Schaefer Door Company, the sponsor of the podcast here. So if you miss any of the program, you go back and podcast the Schaefer Door Company podcast. Here's Tim talking about Schaefer Door.
Schaefer Door Company is online at schaeferdoor.com. They set up a number specifically for TMA listeners at 636-782-3608. Your garage door breaks. You sit there and go, where do I go? Well, the answer is schaeferdoor.com. SCHAEFER door.com. They service all kinds of garage doors for service and new installs with LiftMaster. LiftMaster is a garage door opener that's strong, quiet, and versatile. They have Monday morning standby service for the doors that break over the weekend, and they service commercial doors as well. So if you run a business or warehouse with big, tall doors, Schaefer is experienced in these types of jobs. Just go to schaeferdoor.com, SCHAEFER door.com, or call or text 636-782-3608. It's Schaefer Door. Schaeferdoor.com. Schaefer Door, a LiftMaster partner.
That's Schaefer Door Company. Cam, I want papers on skates. Will you donate time to teach the translucent, sexless boy the skate? It's from the Warson Woods Wacko.
You don't need to get into that now.
I think that ship
and
is
then
sailed.
what? You're
It's hard
you're
to
gonna
learn
look
when you get
foolish, and then we film it, and then what? We post it. Nah.
Then you fall and break your wrist.
You're speaking to you're saying this, and I think a lot of people are like, give me
Yeah,
that.
I know.
Let me
You get him
that.
one of those little sleds he can push around. He'll
Like a
he'll have it in
child.
no time.
Like a
little,
child. Yeah,
little
no.
dolphin that they push.
It's not worth it. We don't want you to fall and hit your head.
No.
And slow you down.
Thank you.
You need to be on your game here.
I have to be.
You do a lot, man.
I have to
We're one of
If
those
you're
big
slowed
giant-
down a little bit, the whole show slows down. Can't have that.
You could wear one of those big, giant, inflated NFL football helmets.
Oh, like a Guardian cap?
Yeah.
That would look good.
That's why when Andy skates with us, I want to hit him, but he's so fragile that I did one time, and he was concussed for like 2 weeks, and it slows down the puck. Oh, he's not making calls.
You talked about that with like media hockey games they used to play.
Oh, yeah. Played in a few of those. Remember Steve Schlanger?
Yeah, I do, actually.
Yeah, he's made a big career for himself. He does some of the Olympic events, downhill skiing, and he's done a lot of the Tour de France. He's done really well. Blues had a alumni versus media hockey game, must have been early 90s or mid 90s maybe, out of Chesterfield. And they were begging people to play. They couldn't get enough media guys. And so they called me 2 or 3 times. I said, I can barely skate.
it's
You don't want me.
dangerous.
They said, well, we're not going to have enough people. And we sold a couple thousand tickets. Okay, I'll go out. I skate just well enough to kind of go around in the circle. Not much better than that. But early on in the first period, the Blues alumni guys, some of them have been out of the league for about 5 minutes.
Yes.
They think it's funny to shoot pucks as close as they can to our head and to act like they're going to wipe us out. And early in the first period, I'm skating with Steve Schlanger on our line, and he falls down and is howling in pain, screaming in pain. I stumble over there to see if I can help, almost fall on him and turn around and just get the hell out of the way. Suffered a compound fracture of his leg. He had 2 or 3 surgeries. He was in a cast, I swear, for a year. He couldn't.
Oh, my, because of that.
Yeah.
The injuries I've seen just skating with, and most skates, if you go to a regular skate at 10 o'clock at night at Brentwood, you're going to get hooked, you're going to get clutched, your high stick, stepped on.
Yeah.
These guys don't know the rules. They don't know the end. There are rules, right? You don't hook guys. We know all that with the alumni. The guy's been doing it for a long, long time. No one's getting high stuck. So, like, our skates are pretty nice when it comes to that. But I've seen nasty injuries. The puck's coming at 100 miles an hour. You just get a stick on it. Boom, it pops up. Gets you right in the face. Now you have to have surgery on your face, and it costs money. Like, you could really get hurt. I remember one time Tom Stillman tripped me up one time. I kind of got tripped up with him. Like Bill DeWitt, the third's out there skating with us. Sometimes you get tangled up. I fell into the boards, hit my AC joint. I was out for like 4 months before I had to go to Nottingham.
Because Stillman roughed you up?
We just collided.
Yeah.
We just collided, and I tripped down, and I ran into the boards. I'm like, oh my God, I couldn't move it for months.
Oh God.
That quick you can get hurt playing hockky.
Yeah.
So Jackson, we're not going to do that. You know what I mean?
Thank you. I
One of my
appreciate
kids
that.
worked at the Kirkwood Ice Rink for 1 year.
Yeah.
And he said almost every day they hauled somebody out of there, usually an older guy with a broken wrist.
Yes.
Who used to be able to skate, fell backwards, tried to catch himself with his hands, and broke one of his wrists.
You could be the
It happened
best
almost
skater in the
daily.
world. You have you step on a screw, and all of a sudden your edge is gone. You don't realize it. Boom, you slide, and you can't listen. When you slide into those boards, it's just that's where you get injured the most, in my opinion. The puck hurts you. But falling into the boards, going fast, because you could get, the speed that you pick up skating, you can get going in 2 seconds, boom.
Yeah.
Now you're going 20 miles an hour, and you trip up, and you go in slow motion. You know the boards are right there. It's the worst when it's like you're like 4 or 5 feet away, and you trip down. You're like, oh, here it comes. Boom, boom. Like, oh, God. Like, oh, okay. Okay, my head's okay. Oh, no, my shoulder. There it is. Yep, okay. Oh, my knee's not good. So sometimes you pop up and you're like, okay, I'm okay, whatever. You still probably get concussed one way or the other. But I remember I've had times where I got up, I'm like, oh, no, my shoulder. Yep, it got me.
Wow.
Is it
Now I'm gonna
possible
be-
to make the boards out of a more forgiving material?
Here goes
but the-
Doug trying to change
I know.
hockey.
they used
What are you doing?
They used to have brick walls as outfields in baseball, too. They padded them.
Yeah, but Yeah, okay. Well, but the way the puck hits off the boards, like that would change the whole concept of the game.
It just seems like there ought to be something between rock hard and way too soft.
I know. There's no cushion.
Something that forgives it just a little bit.
Dude, I played in rinks where, like, I'll give you an example. Up in Scotland, it was concrete where the glass was. Like, there's concrete barriers there. So when you hit a guy there, there's no give. You used to go some of these. I love playing in some of these rinks where you hit a guy and the glass goes, go bam, comes back. The crowd gets going. It has a little bit of give to it. It doesn't hurt your shoulders as much. Yeah. But there's some rinks that the glass is like concrete, and that's how you get hurt too. Running into guys.
It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't.
I think I'm just going to hoop and play golf. Seems like a lot safer than...
You get hit by a golf ball. Oh, my goodness. Have you ever been hit with a golf ball?
Ooh, no.
Oh,
I've come close. It's come close, and it's the sound it makes when it hits real close to you, like the thud it makes in the ground, you imagine that on your, any part of your body, most of all your head. You're like, all right, make sure to keep your head on a swivel.
Yeah, if somebody's hitting into you, man, that's straight hoosier.
But I have buddies who have a bad habit of they'll hit their shot and just drive up to the green before our other playing partners have taken their approach shot.
They don't wait for the people behind them?
They like to take the approach shot. I'm like, dude, what are you doing? Hey, it's just I don't know. It's just, I never like it because if I'm the guy hitting my approach shot and my buddies are up there trying to get on the green, I'm like, all right, well now I have to feel some pressure that I don't want to hit you. Let me just hit to an open field here. Yeah. And second of all, if you're not paying attention, you're going to catch one on top of the noggin.
Cam, who was the former hockey guy that bodied some random drunk guy out on a golf course within the last year?
Nick Tarnasty. He's my boy right there.
He roughed that boy up for talking.
Yeah.
He made him say uncle.
Have you ever been in a situation like that where you saw a guy that any confrontation on a golf course? I don't feel like I ever have.
Maybe some light verbal sparring, but
speed
never,
it up, idiot.
Yeah, never physical. I've never seen anything physical.
I've never been in any sort.
It's too relaxed of an atmosphere.
I know. And if guys are slow in front of you, you're just like, can we pass you or whatever? And usually they're pretty good about it.
You have a conversation.
No one's going to be like, no, you can't pass. This never happened to me.
Right.
But this guy was out of his mind.
He deserved what he got.
And you know what? If I'm Nick... it was a perfect situation because Nick was a good guy. He looked cool. He said the right thing. He tried to help him up at the end. He did everything right. I don't know if he's going to get sued for that, but the guy swung at him first, so you're really defending yourself. So everything about that situation was perfect.
Did he throw the guy in the pond?
Yes. Yeah. He threw him, and the guy looked like Superman. It was the best thing that could happen to you. I'll give you another example, too. What happened with Biz in Arizona.
Oh, my God.
Do you remember that?
Houston's.
I would love to be in a situation like that, just to, be the guy, knowing that you're not going to get in trouble because you have the green light to defend yourself and defend somebody in the restaurant.
Right.
It's like a perfect scenario. But Biz could have got messed up.
Yeah, it was 5-on-1 or 6-on-1, right?
They tried to, kick him in the head when he fell.
Well, and those
you got to look at that.
It came out that those guys were, some bad hombres, too.
Scammers. They scam different golf. They actually had a video of one of those weirdo guys trying to fight a woman, I believe, at a country club where they didn't pay, and he's getting her face. Just the most bizarre situation possible, and Biz looked like an absolute hero for that.
Right. Yeah,
they both did.
Marshawn was chirping them.
Yeah.
I think Biz said something like, "Oh, nice haircut." Marshawn said, "Yeah, I'm just trying to look like the guys who beat the wheels off you last week."
So funny.
Yeah, Biz is a legend. Plenty more TMA. Full dossier here with Jeremy Rutherford coming on at 8:45. Design their heating and cooling. Email today at 9:45, and a lot of tournament talk to break down. Some good games last night. SLU in Georgia, Illinois and Penn play tomorrow evening. Mizzou plays on Friday night. The latest tip, if anything, is indicated by the Texas NC State game on the late tips. It's going to be a late night on Friday night for Missouri fans because that game went forever.
Yeah.
When did it end?
11-ish, maybe just a little bit past.
At least it's a Friday.
It's late.
Though.
Yeah, it's fine.
Dude.
It's fine.
I couldn't do that, man. If you got to get up and do this, tough.
Sure, but Illinois, I think the SLU, I believe the SLU and Georgia game tips a little bit later. Yes, SLU Georgia tips at 8:45. That's probably going to be a little later. I bet that game goes till damn near 11, if not 11 on the dot. So prepare for that on Thursday, but we'll be talking all about that here on TMA. We are in our Healthcare Revolution 7 o'clock hour. We'll be back with more of the morning after, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen, live from the Stifel Studios. Welcome back. This is TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen as we broadcast live from the Stifel studios here on 101 ESPN. Michelob Ultra YouTube chat popping. Chairman, you been in there at all today?
Not really, to be honest with you.
Sure.
I'm looking at it.
Yeah?
I'm chiming in, too.
Some good stuff going on in there?
Said, Cam, do you see what happened in Colorado where the coach and kid hit skates and the kid broke his wrist? The coach got suspended and is facing legal action. Yeah, I don't know if I saw that. Like, I don't know. But there's a lot of that stuff going on. There was a crazy thing that happened the other day with the shooting at a hockey rink.
Oh, that was
nuts.
Yeah, that was bananas.
Then the kid actually scored. The kid's family that got shot played in the championship game of that league and scored the game-winning breakaway goal.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah, I know.
He kept playing after his family had been shot?
Yes.
In the stands?
It's the most bizarre story ever. It's really, really odd.
Talking about the boards in hockey, someone mentioned Cahokia had the steel fence as glass. Do you remember that, Cam? It's from the 573.
Dude, yes, I do. It was chicken wire in Cahokia, and it was outdoors, freezing cold. And you got hepatitis A through Z once you cut your shoulder on that damn thing.
I'm looking at the video that person was talking about in the YouTube chat with the coach.
Oh, really?
And it looks like the coach kind of sticks his foot out and sweeps the leg and kicks this kid's skate out.
Oh, boy. Not good.
He's facing some child abuse.
Psycho coaches.
Yep.
Psychos. I got to win. We got to do anything to win. It's like those movies back in the 90s, like the Varsity Blues, where the coach is crazy. Everybody's concussed, but they're playing anyway because you got to win.
Yeah, like Last Chance U. Remember Last Chance U? Some of those coaches.
You suppose the coach thought he would actually get away with it?
It's just at like a practice. It looks like they're just kind of skating around. There's no drill going on, and I guess there's like a wide shot. I don't know if it's security camera, but it's pretty clear to me what happened there.
You remember when one of the Jets assistant coaches leaned his foot out when
Mike Tomlin did.
Well, Mike Tomlin was like maybe or maybe not strategically where he was standing and got out of the way at the last second. There seemed to be a smirk on his face afterwards, but there was a Jets coach who was in like full sweatsuit. And there was a gunner, I guess, for Miami who was running down on the punt, and he just leans his leg out, and the guy trips. And I was like, "Wait, there's cameras everywhere. There's cameras everywhere."
Who was like an assistant coach of an assistant coach, and you get just an idiotic move.
Who was the famous coach, Doug, that punched a guy running down the sideline?
Woody Hayes.
Thumb thrust. They intercepted his quarterback to an interception. The guy was tackled right in front of the coach on the sideline. So he grabbed him from behind and gave him a thumb thrust to the neck.
I just saw that the other day. It popped up on
Which is how, if we're, don't support, fighting on the football field. But if you're going to do so, I see a lot of times guys hit each other in the helmets. That's idiotic. You're not going to do anything. If you're going to do it, you got a thumb thrust right through the Adam's apple.
Or Myles Garrett. Take the helmet off and bash him over the.
Who was the guy from Auburn who came off the sideline to tackle an Alabama player years ago? Remember that? Then he said he just had too much Auburn in him. Alabama guy's running for a wide open touchdown. The Auburn player came off the bench. He wasn't even on the field. Came off the bench and made the tackle.
Oh, man. Yeah, there's some crazy stuff. I remember even talking with, I don't know if you guys saw the video of Ty Domi back in the day in Philadelphia in the penalty box. And Ty's in there after a fight, and these big old hillbilly Philadelphia guys chirping him. He takes his water, starts squirting them.
Yeah.
And some other guy leans over the glass, busts the glass down, falls into the penalty box with Domi. Domi pumps him a couple times, defending himself, and it looked so cool. But then you ask Domi about that. He goes, I went through litigation for years. Yeah. I spent so much money defending myself in this case. The NHL didn't help me with anything.
Really?
Yeah, it's unbelievable. Like, you look at the video, like, he's defending himself. This guy came over into his territory. Domi's like, I lost so much money on that case. What a biggest pain in the ass ever.
Huh.
So
you would think it was the guy who fell in there who had no business being there.
No business
would be the one who would lose the money.
Nope. He had to just go through it for
better
years.
Lawyer. Had a better lawyer, probably.
Years and years and years.
Hey, Doug, playing Riverside for the first time tomorrow. Any tips? That's from Pink Pony Doug.
I would say keep it straight, and when you can, make the putts.
Yeah.
Try to find some grass to hit off of.
Yeah.
Oh, they got plenty of grass.
Yeah, they got grass.
Yeah.
The course a little tight, Maybe we talked about having the head on a swivel.
Yeah.
Probably best to have your head on a swivel.
Yes.
But that's no different than any other golf course.
No, it's a good place to go if you want to go and practice. It's not a country club, but
you had an ace there this year. Last year.
Did?
Yeah,
it was on the par 3.
Oh, he's so lame about it.
It was like a 90-yard. It was on the par 3 course.
Okay, I remember hearing this, and
it wasn't a 170-yard You know,
So what? I never
Two
came
iron than a hit.
close, I feel like.
oh, well.
Good for you.
To get it close is skill.
Take a picture, or did you film yourself walking up to the hole like, look, everybody?
No, because I had no idea when I couldn't see that it went in. I knew I hit it close, and it was a little bit over a little ridge on the green. I couldn't see that it went in until we got there.
That's pretty cool.
I think it's really cool.
Yeah.
I think it's an ace.
No, that's an ace. Did they put your face on the wall or
front
something?
page?
No, I didn't tell anyone.
They put it right above the urinal. Hey, Cam, Ty Domi was cool, but Rob Ray feeding that fan about 10 consecutive rights was way better. That fan hung in there and took them all, too. That's from Al.
Wow, Al, dude, you are 100. And I don't think, I talked to Razor about that, too. Nothing happened. That was a little bit earlier. That was like early 90s. Domi's was probably early 2000s, so maybe there's a big difference.
A little more slap shotty at the time.
Yeah, and he pumped this guy so bad. It's unbelievable what he did to this guy.
Well, there was a time before everybody walked through a metal detector at arenas. You didn't know what the fan might have with
I
it.
know. Who knows?
Yeah,
exactly right.
Pull out a knife, or he's got a gun with him.
Yeah.
It'd be hard to do that now, but
Well, the glass was a lot shorter back then, too. So the interaction with the fans, especially, I remember going through that in juniors. We played these old rinks. We played at the Windsor Barn. I think that thing was built in 1904, by the way. And the glass was right here. So, like, some of these buildings, these guys are just chirping you, and you're like, shut up. Like, what are you going to do? You know, you got to defend yourself. Like, get off of me. I can smell your breath.
Oh.
Yeah. So, those are old school days, baby. I got a little taste of that, and then everything started changing.
You think it's good that it changed?
As far as what?
Well, safety anyway. It's safer now than it used to be, I guess.
Yeah, I think so. I don't know. Here's another thing that's, even Andy and I talk about this on the pod, like, well, even the concussion, I feel like there was a lot more concussions in a certain period of time. I think it was like 08 to whatever. And guys like Crosby would be out for a year and a half. David Perron got rocked by Joe Thornton, out forever. Concussions. Guys were out for months and months. I don't know. Have we seen that much of that?
It doesn't seem like you see a whole lot of those blindside hits anymore.
Yeah.
Like maybe the players have got more respect for each other than they once did.
I see nasty things every day. They're going 100 miles an hour. I feel like I see elbows, I see this, I see that.
Yeah.
But I don't see guys being concussed for 8 months out of the year.
Eric Lindros got it a bunch, too.
Yeah. Sorry with Darius Kasparaitis.
Yeah.
How did they let Paul Correa stay in that game?
He didn't even remember him scoring a goal.
I know.
Ask him about that. He's like, I had no idea. No idea.
Yeah, sometimes it hits you.
You would be
an hour
done
after the
now.
hit.
Like, you get rocked like that.
Who got him?
Scotty Stevens.
That's what I thought.
Baby. Damn right.
Cam, is Goon the greatest hockey movie ever? It's from
Not even.
TMA
What are you
Reddit
talking
Insider.
about?
I think there's a
Stupid movie that is.
I think there's one clear answer.
Stupid slap shot by it.
That's
I
the
mean,
correct
Miracle's
answer.
pretty good.
Miracles.
I'll give you that.
In terms of like a fictional hockey movie,
But it's not though. Slapshot was pretty dang realistic.
like based on, But
You know what I mean?
Slapshot with Paul Newman is
And those crazy guys,
Hanson brothers.
they're so cool. And no, but that movie was the way hockey was then, like the internal little weird things. It was pretty funny, man. That's one of the funniest. I think one of the funniest movies of all time. Mm-hmm. Not just even a hockey movie. I thought that was just fantastic. Goon didn't do anything for me.
I like Goon.
You did?
Yeah, I think
for
it's
me,
fun. You get Kurt Russell's son in there.
Just the way they skated wasn't realistic. You know, like the way they skated in Slapshot, it was realistic. I could see there was Peter Zazzle, Bruce Boudreau was on the ice skating around with those guys. Those guys all knew how to skate. Even Paul Newman, I think, was a pretty good skater at the time. Of course, the Hanson brothers were. So whenever I look at that as a hockey player, I'm like, these guys are actually skating. Mm-hmm. When you watch all these other movies, they're not. Besides Miracle and maybe watch Youngblood. And Rob Lowe, like, ugh.
Just Don't Press Push says Youngblood is his vote.
That's the quickest way to lose me on a sports movie is to have a pitcher that you can tell has never thrown a baseball before.
Come on.
Short on the ball.
Come on.
Yeah.
Real tough in Dazed and Confused.
I can't do it. Can't do it.
You would think it would be possible to find an actor who played a little bit of sports growing up.
There's a good amount. There's a good amount, but you have to think too. A lot of these guys who are really good actors were theater kids. They weren't playing sports. They were in the
Glee club,
Yes.
football team.
But is it weird to you that other professional athletes don't know how to throw a ball?
That is always strange to me.
It makes me. unbelievable athletes that could do a backflip and dunk and whatnot. Don't know how to throw a ball.
There's a lot of people, especially in the inner city, they don't play baseball at all.
Yeah, no, but right when you're born, you get a ball. And you throw it. And you throw it.
How would you throw a rock or a stick? You pull your arm back and throw it.
Throw it. These guys are like this. Ugh. Like, I've never... You don't... You throw a rock, you throw anything. You throw a football.
But there is a whole class of very good athletes who don't play baseball at all.
Yeah.
Easier to teach a theater kid to be athletic or an athletic kid to be theatrical?
The latter. The latter.
It would depend on the role, I think.
Some of these guys don't know how to.
I think it depends on what you're asking them to do. If you're asking them to throw a baseball, that is easier. That is, you can get that down in probably a few hours.
Hit a home run?
If you're trying to get
on skates,
I'm talking about I'm not saying throw heat. I'm talking about make it look like you know what you're doing.
Yeah.
It's not incredibly difficult.
Sometimes you see a really horrible golf swing too.
That would be something that's hard to teach in a couple. Like Chevy Chase tried to get a better golf swing. His was terrible. Dangerfield didn't even try in Caddyshack. He just this is what I'm doing. But basketball shot would be hard. But football throwing to a certain extent, baseball throwing, that would be. But hockey skating, that's a whole different. That's a whole. You'd have to. So in that case, it just depends on what sport you're having them play.
Or hitting a ball. Even
that would be. But that's
very
all
difficult.
they simulate all that.
It's much easier to get a stand-in in hockey though. You're wearing a helmet. The stuntman goes out and does the skating
for sure,
for the tight shot.
Shoot it from the back.
Here you are with the helmet on.
But you're standing like this, like Rob Lowe. Watch him. He's like, I'm in the play. No, you're not.
Cam, what are your thoughts on Shorzy? It's from Painter Guy.
Yeah, I was supposed to be a part of that.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, now you got me.
Well, it
really
was during
interested.
COVID.
Okay.
And I had to go to Winnipeg across the border.
Is that where they shot it in Winnipeg? Brutal.
And so
it's a spinoff of Letterkenny, which Jared Kiso.
Yeah, which is hilarious.
Yeah,
Canadians are hilarious.
Yes. The Canadian shows we get in America are great. Trailer Park Boys, Letterkenny, Shorzy now. Big fan.
Trailer Park Boys is one of my favorite. You guys just go on YouTube and
funny.
And you got to it's goofy, but you got to give it some time.
It's really,
and watch
really good.
some clips of that, and you're gonna be like, "This is the funniest damn thing I've ever seen in my life."
So funny. But tell me more about you were supposed to be in Shorzy.
Yeah, the producer called me, and it was during COVID, and they wanted me to go up to Canada, and I couldn't get into Canada at the time.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
That would have been awesome.
Yes.
That would have been really. Were you going to be on?
Yeah,
the team?
I would have been a part of doing. It would have been there for weeks and
on an opposing team, getting chirped by Shorzy
or whatever they wanted.
Oh my God, we got robbed of
all
that.
my guys, all my buddies are up there that I fought in the minors. It's not even that many NHL guys. It's more like minor league tough guys that have the look.
Yeah, like Canadian legends.
It just sucked. I couldn't do it at the time. And I haven't talked to them since. So
that would have been awesome. I remember you getting shouted out on Letterkenny. It was your favorite gritty fourth liner, and someone said Cam Jansen.
I think it was undersized tough guy or whatever.
Yeah, right. And it was Cam Jansen. I was like, it's my guy right there.
Sometimes that makes you feel good.
Yeah, as you should.
I'm like, God dang right, baby, let's go.
I didn't know that you were going to be on Shorzy.
I know that sucks.
Yeah.
I couldn't get over the border, man.
They weren't letting anybody into the country.
No, I couldn't get over. During that time, I wasn't vaccinated, so I was just like, okay. And I just didn't want to get it. I already had COVID, and I'm like, I don't want to get it. So
smart
it's
move.
all good.
Wiley Wiggins lied to get a part in Dazed and Confused, said he could play baseball and couldn't. They had to use a double to actually throw the pitches from Jackson's boogie board. That's in Dazed and Confused.
Say that one more time.
The kid that looked like Tim Lincecum.
Yeah.
I don't think they used a double. I think they just did really big tight shots whenever he threw, which looks terrible because that just shows that you can't throw. He throws it behind his head and over. It's terrible.
Terrible.
And it really, it's in a movie that to me has no flaws, is rough.
Yeah.
I remember reading in the Pride of the Yankees, the old Lou Gehrig movie, the old black and white movie that they made probably in the 40s. Gary Cooper starred as Lou Gehrig, was such a lousy athlete. And Gehrig is a left-handed hitter on top of that they had to stitch the number 4 on backwards, and he would bat right-handed. And when he hit the ball, he'd run to third base, and then they'd flip the film around.
Yeah.
So it looked like a real number 4 running to first base.
What's the goofiest sports movie that people like that nothing, the athletes look...
Caddyshack.
You think so?
There's only
never
one
even
good golf
thought
swing.
of that.
Only Danny Noonan has a decent golf swing. Michael O'Keefe. He's the only one who has what would be a serviceable golf. Rodney Dangerfield wouldn't make contact if he swung like that.
Yeah.
His whole hand comes off of it.
But I didn't. Maybe because I wasn't in the golf when I first saw that movie. If I was, I'd be like, okay, I see your swings, guy. But I didn't even think of that. I was just like, he's hilarious.
Yeah, I mean,
right?
it's golf is such a secondary part of how awesome that movie is. But like,
But Chevy Chase took a beating.
his
Because
swing is
swing's
terrible. His swing's terrible. Dangerfield's swing is terrible. Ted Knight's swing is terrible. The only one that's, and Michael O'Keefe has a great looking swing. He plays Denny. He's got a smooth swing. But everyone else looks awful playing, and the grass looks terrible. Like they're putting on like rough. It's just the sports of it are like this is no good.
How about Happy Gilmore?
Yeah, but there's like some like. I don't know. There's some other guy like Shooter has kind of a nice looking swing,
Yeah, he
and
does.
like Tin Cup, they use real pros, and Kevin Costner has a good looking swing. It's
Yeah.
funky, but it's good looking. Like usually, I would say there's a couple like football scenes where you're like that guy clearly does not know what he's doing in terms of throwing or catching.
Yeah.
I will say this about Happy Gilmore. I thought I watched the first one was absolutely fantastic. I'm a 90s guy, man. When Billy Madison, Happy Gilmore, all those monster comedy movies came out in the 90s, I was fascinated with all of them. Happy Gilmore 2, couldn't stand it.
Yeah.
And my mind was right. I was chilling with the puppies, man. I was like, let's go. I was in a happy, funny, goofy mood. I was laughing at everything on YouTube. I watched that. I laughed one little time.
They got the green moving around.
So Bad Bunny. I don't know what his deal was. I didn't know what nothing was funny to me.
Anytime you're doing a 90s sequel of a comedy like that, 25 or plus more 30 years later, it's going to be really disappointing. I don't think there's an example of where it's like, oh, this worked. No, unless you're doing like a pure remake with different people.
What movie has worked, though? That a comedy movie or a movie that years later they redid that was awesome?
In terms of comedy?
Or anything.
People like the new Naked Gun with Liam Neeson. People were into that. It was a remake. It was a straight remake, but also a sequel at the same time, and people enjoyed that. So I think it just depends on how you do it. But the Happy Gilmore thing was like such a pure money grab, you know?
Which
is fine.
A cameo experience.
But you're not going to fool me, you know?
Yeah.
You got to wake up pretty early.
And exactly. Now I'm like, I'm wanting you to make me laugh right now. I'm in the right state of mind to laugh at goofy things, and it just didn't happen.
It gets to there's a real issue with finality, because when you have a built-in audience like something like Happy Gilmore, it's like, well, you're automatically going to get a ton of people to come watch it, but you really lack the creativity of it because you're already starting, behind the eight ball because you're using old IP. It's a longer standing discussion. You're listening to TMA, Healthcare Revolution, 7 o'clock hour, talking all things hockey, hoops, baseball, a lot of different discussions. I think I have a very special surprise coming up on the other side of the commercial break.
What do you got?
Little tease, Doug. That's just a little tease.
Do we have initials? What this might be?
No,
Okay.
you can't. No, just you'll have to wait and see. We'll get to on the other side of the commercial break. You're listening to TMA here on 101 ESPN.
If you've opened your energy bill lately and thought there has to be a better way, you're probably right. Drafty, outdated windows can quietly drain your wallet month after month, letting warm air escape in the winter, cool air leak out in the summer, and forcing your HVAC system to work overtime. March is that time of year when a lot of us are thinking about fresh starts and maybe even getting a tax refund. And instead of spending that money on something temporary, what if you invested it in something that improves your home for decades? Universal Windows Direct makes that decision easy. Right now, when you buy 2 windows, you get 2 free. There's no limit. The more you upgrade, the more you save. Plus, you get 24 months with no payments and no interest, giving you 2 full years to enjoy the comfort before paying a dime. And this month, they're also offering a $500 bonus off your home improvement project. Just call Universal Windows Direct at 314-334-2522 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com to schedule your free estimate today. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, no payments, no interest for 24 months, $500 off your project. Upgrade now and enjoy comfort that lasts for decades. And like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update, brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. Blues and Flames tonight, right here on 101 ESPN with pregame starting at 7:30. That puck will drop at 8:30, right here on your home of the Blues, 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update, brought to you by Universal Windows Direct.
Many pennies, we should hang them from the arch. I love my birds on my chest, I love my birds on my hat. As long as that bird red, I'ma put it on my bat. I love my birds on my chest, I love my birds on my bat. As long as that bird red, I'ma wear it on my hat. Yep. Chambers, you my boy, yeah, them Braves, they lost their poise. Now if you from St. Louis, gonna make some noise. Yeah, remember back in
Some good
August,
stuff
they
right
were
here, Ken.
counting us all out. This September, all they ever talk about, like October, looking like the year.
Who was this artist, Doug?
Who's Treader?
Treader, that's right.
Shredder.
You know what I want sometimes, especially now as we sit here on March the 18th, tax season? I want a tax guy. I want a tax artist.
Well, I got one for you.
Who's that?
A fellow by the name of Milton.
Oh, yeah.
Mark Milton. Oh, he's great. Great tax guy. He can do your taxes, or what he really specializes in is getting you out of trouble if you haven't paid your taxes. He said you'd be surprised how many people just simply don't file, thinking that the IRS they'll never catch up with me.
Sure.
And yet it happens. Or people work for themselves and they don't make the quarterly payments, and then they get behind, and next thing they owe $100,000, and then they're subject of an IRS criminal investigation. That's where Mark Milton comes in. He's been through all this. He's seen it. He's helped many, many people in the St. Louis area out of their tax problems. His website is stltaxlawyer.com. Mark started his legal career with the Department of Justice in Washington, D.C., where he represented the IRS in tax cases around the country and received the DOJ's Outstanding Trial Attorney Award. He's one of the best in the nation. Now he helps individuals and small businesses right here in St. Louis solve their tax problems. He's also licensed in Florida, by the way. If you have IRS issues, you contact Mark Milton at stltaxlawyer.com today. He will take care of you, and you'll be saying, no, I'm not guilty. I'm with Milty. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
That's Mark Milton.
Mm-hmm.
The man.
He gets both Illinois and SLU back to back. His two squads.
Oh, yeah.
Illinois taking on Penn.
I wonder who he'd root for if they played each other.
Boy, that's a good question. I'd have to think ILL. Your first love is your strongest love.
He's a courtside season ticket holder for the Billikens, and has been for years.
I know. But if Illinois, like if he was living in the Chicago area, I would assume he would have something similar. For ILL. I made a little tease, Doug. I teased in coming in the next segment, a little special surprise.
Yes, you did.
Well, I'm going to deliver on said tease.
Is this a mystery guest?
Kind of. It's a mystery guest who would be someone who's on the show a lot.
No.
It's Tim McKernan.
Oh, yeah,
yeah, baby.
What up, Tim?
What's up?
Hey, boys. What's the word?
Well, nothing. Where are you? And what are you doing?
I woke up about 15 minutes ago, and I texted Jackson that I'd be happy to join, but I didn't want to ruin any flow, and I didn't know what the guest situation was today either. So I'm sorry I'm driving. And I brought down the computer. Jackson, what is the name of the unit that the...
it's an Airlink.
That's right, the Airlink. But in order to be able to talk with you without an 8-year-old and a 4-year-old sabotaging the conversation, I have escaped to my car for the purpose of privacy. But that means I can't be on the YouTube, and we wanted to mess with that Airlink and be on the YouTube. So I apologize that I'm not on the YouTube and I'm on my phone, and I hope it sounds all right.
Yeah, sounds good.
Yeah.
Sound great.
God bless.
Sounds like you're
God
right
bless.
here in the studio with us.
Amen. What's going on? What's going on, Cam? Haven't seen you in a while.
Yeah, man, I'm chilling, you know.
Yeah.
Just watching hockey, watched the U.S. lose last night against Venezuela. That was kind of depressing. A lot of people don't care about that, I guess. In text line, they said they didn't care. You've been golfing?
Is that right? People are saying they don't care? Is that the deal?
Yeah.
I don't know what the vibe on that is.
No, they said they don't care. I feel like that's what I'm getting most of.
That's the consensus.
Right? Isn't that what it is?
Exhibition.
I was into it.
Yeah.
I knew it was going on, but I didn't watch it. Here, being in Jupiter, we're 2 hours away from Miami, and I know some of the Cardinals, like 10 guys, went down to the game on Sunday night because they were off on Monday. But I think that for the most part, when it would come up, as little as it came up on the show, I would say about 10 to 20% of people cared. That was my read. Otherwise, people don't really care. And I was watching Mark DeRosa's post-game comments and why he didn't use Mason Miller, for example, in the ninth inning. And he's like, well, out of respect to the Padres. So it's hard to really get emotionally invested in something when clearly it's not a priority for, at the very least, the bosses in Major League Baseball, and therefore the team isn't going to be putting its best players out there in key moments. So, it'd be odd to ask fans to also have some kind of emotional reciprocation when the game itself doesn't mean as much to the organizations. So I don't blame people for not getting into it in the U.S.
Yeah, Tarek Scuba went back to the Tigers, and Cal Raleigh wasn't playing last night, and just don't have the best players. Got a lot of them.
But what do you need to do? But what do you need to do to change to get all the best players?
I'm not sure you can. I'm not sure you can. When they're getting paid this much with their teams, that's where their allegiance has to be first and foremost.
That's the tough part about it. But I mean, around the world, at least in Venezuela, I would imagine, and clearly in the Dominican, clearly in Puerto Rico, and it looks like in Japan, they've captivated people. Now, I wasn't watching it last night, but what was the vibe on what the crowd split was in Miami?
It seemed, based on the noise on the Bryce Harper home run and then the subsequent Eugenio Suarez hit, that it was pretty 50-50, I felt.
Maybe more
Venezuela.
Really?
I thought, maybe.
I would have thought it was more Venezuela. I would have thought it'd be more Venezuela.
I think they might have been louder. I think that, but when Harper blasted that in with the bat flip, that was pretty cool, it was really loud. It was really loud.
Yeah.
I think a lot of the energy from the other countries comes from the desire to beat the United States. We're by far the biggest country. We invented the sport. This is where these guys play in the major leagues. So beating the U.S. is probably a huge thing for them. And if we don't win it, it's like, okay, when does the season start?
Right. Yeah. Be curious to see what kind of numbers it does in the television ratings in the U.S., just out of mere curiosity to compare it. But I myself, I was not emotionally invested, and it certainly didn't seem like the audience was. But maybe that's because it was the first couple rounds. The last time I was in there.
Yeah, the semifinal U.S. Dominican averaged 7.37 million viewers. That's a pretty big increase from the prior mark earlier this year.
What are you excited about, Tim? Like, what are you looking forward to watching sports-wise coming up here?
Can't wait for the NCAA tournament this weekend. Cannot wait for it because we have 3 local teams, and I was texting with Jackson. I've been getting up to today. I quote unquote slept in. This is the latest I've slept in a few days, so I'm up early. God, I don't know, like 5 or 6 something here. So I know Jackson's up, and I'll text with him. We were texting about the tournament, and I was curious, and then I posed the question over/under of total wins for Missouri, St. Louis University, and Illinois in the NCAA tournament. And I think I set the number at 2.5. Am I right?
Yeah.
Papers?
Yeah, 2.5.
What would you guys do on the 2.5 total?
Yeah, definitely
total
under.
wins combined.
Yeah, I would definitely go under. I can't see all 3 of them winning. Something's going to happen to somebody.
Yeah.
But I'm talking about total wins in the tournament. So if Illinois were to win 2 games, now you got 2. And then if Missouri or St. Louis U were to win, now you're at 3. See what I'm saying? Maybe I can't get them properly.
Okay. Yeah, I would say probably over. I would say 2, and then Mizzou or SLU might squeak out a win, so you get 3. I'll take the over on that. I hope so.
I'm still going to take the under because I don't think any of them are playing their best basketball of the year right now.
No.
Certainly SLU isn't. Mizzou isn't. Illinois has blown some big leads. I don't think any of them are going into this
it would be
thinking,
a shame.
boy, we're really moving well right now.
It would be a shame more with SLU, I feel like, because they got so much attention throughout the year. You know what I mean? Shirts signed an extension. Like, people were talking about SLU like no other. That would be just depressing if they can't make something happen.
Yeah.
The goal, I think, again, goal being maybe too aggressive of a word, the ideal situation, the biggest win within the realm of reality And this is in talking with some St. Louis University, I guess people you could say associated with the program, former players, would be but this was like 2 months ago, would be get to the second weekend, get to the Sweet 16. Yes, St. Louis University went to an Elite Eight in 1952, but in modern time, to have that attention in between, in this case, since they play on Thursday and Saturday, to really own the sports calendar Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and have people talking about them until their Sweet 16 game. But because of the way they faded down the stretch, they go from, if they finished at a 9 seed, they most likely were looking at, I suppose if they would have won out, and if you're talking about not losing to Rhode Island and Dayton and George Mason and then Dayton again in the tournament, so that's a lot there to ask. But if you only had the one loss, they're probably a 6 or 5 seed. And what that does is it changes your mindset, not in the sense that you're going, okay, maybe there's a Final Four here, but you're going, second weekend is highly realistic. Right now, if I were to assign, and I really enjoy doing this, Cam, arbitrary probabilities to events that is complete BS and just made up, but I would say the chances of them getting to the second weekend are about 2%. And because of, number one, they're playing a team, and they're, last I saw anyway, a 1.5 underdog at Georgia, so that's a flip. And then if they were to play Michigan, I would guess that they'd be a 15 to 20 point underdog. Yeah. So you're talking about what would be, one of the signature wins of the NCAA tournament if they were to pull off a win against a team that, I know Kayson's out now, so things have changed for Michigan, but still expected to be a team that could win the national championship. So that's a totally different deal than if you were a 5 and you beat a 12 and you beat a 4, or you were a 6 and you beat an 11 and a 3. That's just it's a different realm when you're talking about, for college basketball fans anyway, they're looking at one of 3 teams winning this national championship for the most part, and it just so happens for the Billikens, they got to play one of those teams if they are able to even get past Georgia. Meanwhile, on the Missouri side, weirdly, as a 10 seed, I think everybody would agree with this, and I think even Billiken fans would agree with this, Billiken fans who don't like Missouri, that Missouri's got a better chance of advancing to the second weekend because they don't have Michigan sitting there. They've got Purdue, who was a 7 seed in the Big Ten tournament, and now finds themselves, after winning the Big Ten tournament, to be a 2 seed in the NCAA tournament.
8-loss Purdue.
Right. If put it this way, who would you feel better about if it were the Billikens playing in St. Louis as a 10, playing Miami, and then with Purdue as the team that's lurking in the second round, and flip Missouri to be playing, I realize they wouldn't play an SEC team, but playing an 8 seed with Michigan sitting there. I think everybody would, I would think people would say, yeah, I'll take the Billikens' chances then. So, and I'm not saying it's right or wrong or fair for any of that. I'm just saying if you look at it, it would be really, it'd be a monster surprise, but my God, would it be incredible if they were to advance to the Sweet 16. Missouri, of course, I don't expect it, but it wouldn't shock me nearly as much as the Billikens. And that's not a commentary on the caliber of the team so much as the road to get there.
Yeah, and if Mizzou could do that, win their first 2, here what amounts to be a home game, then they would likely probably play Gonzaga maybe or BYU. You kind of think, they got a chance to make a little bit of a run. They got a chance anyway.
Yeah, the path for Mizzou, they were given a real gift in terms of the draw they got.
Mm-hmm.
Is there, I was reading a little bit irritation. Miami doesn't have the most, outside of our guy Nevin Shapiro, most passionate fan base in volume. So I don't know who would have been a comp, but let's put it this way. Let's say Missouri gets past Miami, and then you got Purdue. I would imagine Purdue fans would be irritated. And by the way, I don't blame them for it, because if the shoe were on the other foot, I'd be like, well, this isn't really cool. Now, as a Missouri fan, I'm thrilled, and I'm thrilled for people in the area who are going to get to go to the game. But, I think it's an absurd premise, because it's not like Missouri had to be in St. Louis. You could have put them, you could have moved them with another 10 seed and put them somewhere else. Again, I'm thrilled, but I do think it's BS.
Boy, have you taken a look at the ticket prices for this Mizzou game Friday? I'm looking at the game time app.
Papers about it, and he was saying it might be a little too expensive, but that's because the trust fund hasn't been liquidated yet.
Right. Well, I did turn 28, but unfortunately the magic number is 34. So once we get there, it'll be.
Do you have any trust funds in Eureka, Cam?
No, I don't. Nope. No, but it's starting to get a little bougie out there. I'm not going to lie to you.
Trust
Right when I
funds.
moved out of Eureka.
Right,
They're under the floorboards of their homes.
Six Flags acquisition?
Well, hopefully they tear that place down, to be honest with you.
Oh,
No, seriously.
Endearing.
why would they tear Six Flags down?
It's just the
You ever
biggest
been on the log
eyesore.
flume?
Yeah, I have, and I don't like it. I don't like any of the. I had a panic attack last time I was there with my nieces, and I'm not going there again. Not
Was it
going
on a
there.
ride? Did
Yes.
you scream an eagle? You get
No,
stuck or something?
it was one of those rides. It was the pendulum that went way up, the
I
big
hate
green
those.
one.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And Timmy, I'm overweight, and this thing, you have to sit down, and it didn't click enough. So when we're way up, like 1,000 feet in the air, it kept unclicking, like dun, and I thought I was dead, and it wouldn't stop. It lasts forever. And Kate was watching with my other niece that didn't want to go on it, and she saw the look in my eye, and she's like, "Oh my God!" I was pale, I was sweating. I thought it was
That had to
over.
be a turn on for her.
She loved it.
Yeah.
And you paid
And
for
then the
that.
food sucked.
And here's another thing: chewing tobacco and rides that go upside down do not mix. And I know I can imagine Cam has gone through something like
Yeah,
that.
I've been on that. But this thing was, it's just, I thought it was just going to come apart. I see these horror stories with some of these kids and some of these carnival rides that are overweight.
And they come flying
down, they die, and they get a $20 million lawsuit. But yeah, ain't doing it again. Tear it down. Put a Home Depot
Maybe
there.
just stay off that ride.
One big Home Depot.
Got plenty
Big
of
Home Depot
Depots.
restaurants. No, that's what people are saying. We need Home Depot out there and things like that. But I don't think that's going to happen.
You just got to pick your ride better.
I'm just not going
Some
to.
rides are just not meant
I'm
for all
just
people.
not gonna go there.
And you want the whole thing level.
Whole thing leveled, and I'm not the only one.
Doug, one Home Depot, just one Home Depot with all that land.
Ownership did just change. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah. People are just discussing that. There's so many new homes out in Eureka
They're
now.
not really talking about knocking Six Flags down, are they?
It's
not really a
I don't know
possibility?
if that's a possibility, but people are talking about that would be a lovely thing.
Oh, God.
What more can this city lose?
Oh, man. Yeah, that is true.
That'd be horrible if we lost Six Flags.
Really?
Well, there's a whole class of middle schoolers. That's what they do once a week. They go
I
out there.
don't know. I don't know. It is what it is.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm sorry you had
Not
such
going
a bad...
there again, Dougie.
And you didn't like the giant turkey leg either.
Oh, disgusting. You mean the $25 turkey leg?
Yeah, is that what it
got me
cost?
food poisoning? Yeah, it was awesome.
Oh. Six Flags isn't a sponsor, I hope.
Are they?
Not anymore.
Oh,
Okay.
jeez. Just joking.
This was all parody. This was all pre-planned parody. It was a bit that Cam and I were working on.
Oh, you golfing down there?
Are you going to do a live stream on Friday night?
You know, I don't think I am. I think
Do it, dude.
no,
for the fans. They want to see it.
yeah, I know what
Yes, thank you, Cam.
They
Encourage
do,
them, bully
man.
them into it.
I know what they want, but it's Friday night, late Friday night. I kind of want to be with my friends. I don't necessarily want to embarrass myself in front of a couple hundred people for no money. I do that.
Act like the camera's not there, and have your buddies there too. It'll be hilarious.
Yeah, I can only
just
Have Oatmeal and Herb.
Yeah,
and
I can-
Private Citizen Pete.
I can only
and Sweet Sweet Kai.
see that going poorly.
Is his name Gareth?
Clip that off.
Flip that up.
Yes. His name is Garrett.
Not Garrett.
No, Gareth.
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 He's South African.
Yeah, Cape Town way.
Really?
Yeah, for sure.
Cape Town, baby.
Yeah. No, I've been wrestling with the idea. I don't think I will. It's not like it's brought the Tigers any luck. They're 1-3 in
What if we
my.
get a sponsor on this?
Now that would change
There it
things.
is.
If I get
All
some
right, there
money
we
out
go,
of it.
yeah.
Don't call Six Flags real
If I
quick.
get
I
some
wouldn't
money
call
out
Six
of it.
Flags.
Yeah,
No.
Six Flags presents Jackson
Yeah.
Burkett at home on a Friday night.
That would be a make good
After we're
situation.
advocating for the place to be level.
I'd have to do it live from the Screaming Eagle. Stream it live on the
Oh,
boss.
man.
Yeah, no, thank you. No, I don't know. I'm still wrestling with the idea of maybe going to the game, or if not that, just being with my friends. I don't know yet. If maybe if second round, if they get to the second round against Purdue and it's a Sunday situation, that would be more likely. But Friday night, I don't really want to spend it alone in my apartment screaming at my laptop like it for no money. Like,
I'm seeing here the cheapest ticket available is $194.
They're going down,
Cheapest.
Doug. Keep waiting.
Oh yeah.
I guess there are a lot of Mizzou fans thinking this is going to be my chance to watch Mizzou in the NCAA tournament. I may never get it again.
Yeah, I think some people are like that right now.
Man, that's a lot of cash.
That's a lot of money.
But the idea is you get to go to 2 games. And I know how much you're into the Queens-Purdue matchup.
Yeah.
The Queens.
Will there be free parking? That's my big question.
No, it'll cost you another $30, $40.
God bless it. You got to have a lot of disposable income to say $500 for a basketball game. Sure, let's go.
Right.
I mean, that's a pretty big chunk.
Worse than what's
Papers got it, Doug. Papers got it.
Worse than what's Backo's been texting in nonstop all week saying I need to pay the money and just do it, and he's calling me all sorts of mean names.
Oh,
hey, did they
literally look at the top of the text? I'm sorry, Cam, but he said, "Papers, you're such a loser. Drop the money on the game." And they called me a little girl.
Oh. There's also a sponsor in the text inbox saying they're ready to sponsor your live stream. The Pond Off Anonymous Network wants to sponsor.
Oh, there
Chrissy
you go.
boy.
Now you're going to get paid. Now you're going to get paid.
Well, then we can have a discussion. Damn it. I was kind of hoping.
Chrissy always comes through in the clutch.
Well, then only here's the deal.
Yeah.
Cam, is your NHL representation still around to negotiate this deal for Jackson?
Yes.
Okay, there you go. Have Cam's guy. He'd be thrilled to take 10% of $100.
Yeah.
And
I always love paying my agent too. By the way,
I'm seeing a dimly lit basement room with an abacus and an old clamshell MacBook, and as Cam's representation.
But didn't people want to pay for you to play at Jordan's golf club?
Yeah, people were.
Where you lost your wallet?
Yeah, I did lose my wallet.
What a horrible feeling.
And that's when I got home, and Doug was like, "Well, let's just call the course." I was like, "This isn't like a course you just call and then just
can't call the golf course."
Was that unbelievable though? That course,
was,
like the best you've ever seen, the most unique course you've ever been. Okay,
not even a question.
They got to have a pro shop with somebody there, right?
Oh,
yeah, but they're not taking like, are you trying to play Twilight rates? Are you looking for a range membership? Like
I'm sure you're not the first person that's lost something out there.
No, but I'm assuming anyone who had the same situation as me probably just left it there, like I did.
Tim, is that the nicest course you played on?
I guess I would say as far as like difficulty to actually get on the golf course, it would be Grove 23. Yes. As far as like, I think everybody says the same thing. I'm sure with all the guys around the league, Cam, I'm sure a bunch of guys who've played it. And everybody says the same thing about it. Course is okay. It's like the greatest hangout ever because it's so, unique in the sense that so few people are there, and you're going to run into take your pick of whomever while you're there. I mean, little Jackie Papers there got to see Michael Jordan when he was getting ready to tee off on number 12, and there's Michael Jordan 100 yards away. So
pretty sick.
It's a unique deal.
Can you wear anything you want? I heard that you could play with no shoes on.
You can wear. You can wear a t-shirt, gym shorts.
It's awesome.
Yeah, if you wanted to go barefoot, it's a free for all. It's an absolute free for all. But yeah, it is as hidden, and it's like a fortress to get through there. And Jackson and I, we were driving in the darkness after playing, and I'm like, there's no signs there. It's not on maps on your app. So we might just be here this evening sharing a car, and ideally spooning.
Yeah, naturally. Well, just it'd be for warmth, It gets cold out there in those Florida.
Go walk around in the mush out there with all the gators cruising
It was
around.
like playing on Mars. Yeah. It was like so secluded from the rest of the world. It truly felt like playing on. Yeah, no doubt.
I like that.
No doubt. That's why there's very few courses in the world like that have just pure seclusion like that. Tim, you were down there with TGL stuff yesterday. How was that whole scene like down there in Jupiter?
Yeah, I kind of didn't think this is my older son, would want to go to it, but TGL is shot, the building where they play that is, I don't know, maybe 10 minutes from where we're staying. And so I asked him if he wanted to go, and he's like, 1,000%. I'm like, God, why'd I ask? Because now I got to go see how much tickets are, and now I'm backed into a corner. Doug, if your child says I want to go 1,000%, and it's within the realm of reason, I always yield to you on parenting move. How would you have handled that with John, Nick, or Greg Vaughn?
Well, you said if it's within reason, then you try to go. But if it's absurdly expensive, you tell them, sorry, Buster, go cut the grass.
Yeah, exactly right. So I was looking at it, and there were two different semifinal matches last night. Some people might have watched on ESPN. I have no idea. And for whatever reason, he's always loved Tommy Fleetwood. He was playing in one of the matches. But then the later one, 9 o'clock Eastern, was Tiger and Jupiter Lynx playing against Rory McIlroy. And I'm like, all right, it's a chance for him to see Tiger Woods and Rory McIlroy, and I was able to find tickets that were reasonable, and we went over to it, me and my wife and my older son, and I kind of went into it thinking, when it's on, I barely watch it, and I was thinking, God, this is probably going to be pretty, lackluster in person, but I got to say, it was actually entertaining. I'm surprised to say that. So if people aren't coming down to spring training, I realize spring training is wrapping up. But it is something that I think kids in particular would like. But certainly there were plenty of people there enjoying libations. I don't know what you would call it in the golf world. I believe in your day, Cam, in your league, jersey chasers, although you guys might have had a more vivid term for it. I don't know what the term would be in the golf world. But down here where all the PGA players
golf
live.
Bunnies?
Yeah, I think that's it, actually. I think that might be it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For those two? Oh, absolutely.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there were
it's a good area to have it.
From us. Oh, my goodness. Oh. Yeah, that was the shots around the crowd last night were fun for the whole family.
Are you wanting to move to Florida eventually later on in your life, Timmy? Like, is that where you're going? Is Florida it for you?
When we were down here and we were all working together at KFNS, and I was and doing the show in 2021, we were down here for 6 months, and we're just like, holy crap! I mean, this is it. And at that time, our older son was only 3, and so he hadn't started school, and we also didn't have the younger son who. Doug, as you remember, because I know you were listening, we conceived him during a commercial break.
I do remember that. Yeah.
Just a few hundred yards from where I am right now. Now, very hot. Wow. And but now that we have 2 kids and one's in 2nd grade, you're kind of in a weird spot, And in addition to that, this would be a problem most likely for 101 ESPN, where I've signed a contract for a while, and I don't think that they would be like, if I walked in, I might even get a text right now, as a matter of fact.
No, I'm talking later on.
The issue is I'm 49 and I have a 4-year-old, so we got a real mathematical situation there. If you look at it like on an abacus, I got myself a problem, because if I pull him out of school, and he's like 12. I know. Then that isn't really cool. And so it's kind of like, if Iggy wouldn't have been singing so seductively during that commercial break,
right,
and I wouldn't have been so aroused and conceived the child during that commercial break, and obviously my wife was enamored by it too, that maybe in 10 years I could go. But the thing is, Cam, and I don't know if Doug said this during a commercial break this week, Doug wants to do the show another 25 years.
He said 30. He said 30 this week. He said 30. Yeah.
30 now.
Yeah.
He's enjoying Cam so much, it's 30.
Yeah, Cam has rejuvenated Doug's desire to do this program.
I'm touch and go on 30 days. We're not talking years.
Yeah, I love it down here. Where would you want to go, Cam?
I don't know. I kind of like where I'm at, to be honest with you. The one thing I would do if I had a little bit of coin, I would probably go towards Herman and buy out farmland where some farmer passed away and his kids don't want to pay taxes on the damn thing. I'd buy a ton of acres and put a little cabin on that thing, build a lake.
Start a winery?
No.
Come on.
No. I don't have.
No, why?
No, I want to do nothing, and have ATVs and cruise and fish and just have a little cabin on a lot of acreage in those rolling hills going out to Herman.
Couldn't you do that on the weekends now with just a small place out there somewhere?
Yeah, I would like to find something. You know what I mean? That would be cool. I still got to do work with the house first. Initially, where I'm at now, so I got work to do. This is down the line, but I don't know if I want to go to Florida. I don't know. That's a good question. I love water, but I like lakes. The ocean scares me. It does.
I don't even mess with. I don't even think I've seen the ocean. I've been here for 6 days. I like the warmth, and I have no idea what the hell happened. Doug, I mean, we've been doing spring training from down here. We still can't figure out the number of years, but certainly it's been close to 20 different shows. And that's usually in February, and here we are a month later, and I have never had. It's rained every day. It's raining right now, and it's been cold. And I was playing yesterday, and it was so damn cold and windy. I mean, I'm for real. And I was checking the app, and it's like it feels like it's 46 degrees right now, and yet we're in South Florida. So. But for me, it's about the warm weather and not just being stuck inside for, however long that is, 6 months. So if I would have done what my peers were doing when we were all, right around 30 to 35 and having my children then, as opposed to 40 to 45, the math would have worked out better. And obviously the technology now, I mean, hell, you and Strickland do this with your show. And if I weren't in a spot where I would be waking up people at my place, I could be on via YouTube now. So you can do a show anywhere. And so it's changed in that sense. But
Frankie
for me, the reason it's changed is the kid. Yeah. Although he didn't necessarily want people to know that, but he absolutely enjoyed the fruits of his labor.
Yes, he did.
And I believe that was like classified, if I'm not mistaken.
I remember I'm like, oh yeah, he's in California. I go, what a good gig that is. What a good gig that is.
Yeah, I mean, I think for months at a time. But the thing is, and I got to tell you, it's so astute. It really is. He didn't want the audience to know he wasn't in St. Louis, and that's why it was classified. So I still don't even know if that's out. I guess it is now.
Sorry, it's my bad.
Between this and the Six Flags situation.
Yeah, I know.
Not going to be winning any popularity contests.
I think Frank has already won. Frank won a long time ago, for that matter. So he was good. But yeah, I think for like 6 months at a time, he would just do the show from out in California. Yeah.
But I tell you what, you're in Florida though, and Sharon will talk about this too. Like, you're going to get rocked. You build this beautiful home, you spend all this money, and you're enjoying it, and all of a sudden you're like, oh, a monster's coming from the tip of Africa, and it's forming, and we're going to get rocked by Category 5, and it's going to flood 100%. Everything. It's going to happen.
That's a real thing. Absolutely. I mean, again, where I like, and some of the guys I played with yesterday, Cam, you might know, not that they played, but there's some St. Louis guys, and they moved down here, and they're like, we live, 8 to 10 miles off the beach. And while, how, Doug, you spent time in Miami, so the program, as crazy as it sounds, that actually matters when it comes to hurricanes. Now, of course, the winds, you're still going to get banged by that. But as far as, floods, that removes the risk substantially. And the big thing is insurance. Ever since, I think it was Hurricane Ian on the Gulf side destroyed, that insurance went up. And so many people have moved down here since COVID that, prices are just, ridiculous. All these people from New York and Connecticut.
Remember in early 2000s, though, Tim? Like, the houses were so cheap. The early 2000s, all my buddies that I started playing with, they're like, I'm buying houses in Florida. You can get a nice house in 2005, 6 for really cheap, and it absolutely skyrocketed.
Oh, yeah, especially 2008 when the economy...
Yes, right before then, people were buying these homes in Florida for nothing.
Yeah.
Yes, and it's compounded. I really think the biggest thing was people when they're like, all the states where we live are shut down. This is during COVID.
God.
And we're stuck inside.
Yep.
And we can go down to Florida and we can actually go outside and it's warm weather. And hell, we're retired or approaching retirement. What are we doing here paying higher taxes? We're going to move. And that's what happened. And on the Atlantic side, I think Midwest, more people go to the Gulf side and Naples area. But on the Atlantic side, it tends to be more East Coast, and your New Jersey Devils fans are over here, Cam.
Yeah, they are. No doubt. All those guys. Yeah, we're going down in a couple months, actually, to the little Rosemary Beach. And you got to go down. You got to go down in June because it's actually cold. Last time we went there, I think we went in May. It was cold.
Really?
Freezing cold.
That's 38 there.
Yeah, we're going to we're going to the Cardinal game today, and I'm looking at it. Number one, I assume they're going to play it, but it looks like, the car says it's 64 degrees, but I would say it feels more like something in the 50s, and it'll be windy and rainy, and it has been this way since we landed on Thursday. But you know what, family man, family plan. And so this is my older son's spring break, and my father-in-law. It's a significant birthday for him coming up on Saturday, so that's why we're down here for the spring break and his birthday. And weather be damned, Doug. Okay. Weather be damned.
Yep. Well, I always felt bad for people who vacation there this time of year. And
man,
the weather doesn't cooperate. Just can't go to the beach. Can't do everything you wanted to do. I feel horrible for that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Ben. Off the record, thank you.
It was horrible for you.
We were sitting there on Friday. We watched the Billikens game against George Washington, the whole family, and then it's just pouring down rain, and we're in this place. And I said, my wife and I looked at each other in our bedroom and go, oh, my God, we've got 10 more days of this. The kids are beating the hell out of each other. What are we going to do if we can't go outside? What in the hell are we going to do? So sporadically, there has been some non-rain, non-cold. I think right on Saturday, is when it starts to warm up and go back to what people are used to if they have been down here or watched the spring training nonsense. But yeah, it's unlike anything I've seen in all the years I've been coming down here, and that goes back to the first year the Cardinals got down here in '98. So. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Nobody wants to hear me bitch about it, though. Nobody wants to hear me bitch about it. I know this.
And we were there a month ago where you think the weather would be even more iffy.
Perfect.
Yeah, couldn't have been better.
Yeah.
You just never know.
But I'll settle in, go to the game today, see what these boys are up to, see if I'll play how many people in the lineup I know their names.
Oh, yeah.
Set the over-under at 5.5. And then so we got some friends coming up who are from the area, our areas, my son's school, and so we'll just drink. Doug, I think Cal Kennedy's going to be here too. I can get some grade school coaching basketball tips for you and text those over.
And he's in on the fixing of the games there at St. Gabriel's.
Oh my God! Yeah. Cam, we're going to have litigation.
Holy Trinity!
Flags now. Yeah.
Oh man,
St. Gabriel.
Frank
losing it all. Hubbard's going to contact me about my contract and wanting to move to Florida. Got that coming now today. Man, we just created a lot of problems.
Still got till 11 o'clock. See what else I could say. Get jammed up.
Yeah, I feel bad for the Six Flags people.
Yeah, I know. I got yelled at there by 17-year-olds, though, in line.
Oh, did you?
I got yelled at.
What were they yelling at you about? Were you trying to do some heavy petting or something?
No, stand this way, sir. I go, God, sorry. 17-year-old yelling at me. I'm 41 years old. What are we doing? Tear it down.
So you want the whole thing gone?
Tear it down.
Raised.
Yeah, one big Home Depot.
I'd hate to see that. We don't need that much hardware.
Oh, man. Yeah. It's all
Papers,
good.
you doing Spread Zone today?
Yeah, I'm going to be on the Spread Zone today. Running it back from last year's tournament success. Going to try to.
And I think you went like 14-2 in your plays.
Yeah, I think
if you go 10-9 on that show, they're like, wow, this guy really must know what he's talking about.
Sharp.
Me and Riz and Stalter are terrible, and then Jackson comes in. And he's a ball knower, and he went like 14-2 during the NCAA tournament. So Jackson can deliver picks for the Spread Zone for those of you looking to degen out over the next however many days with the NCAA tournament.
Yeah, we're shooting that today, so a lot of tournament breakdown there. You can check that out on YouTube.
Is there a play you love? Can you deep tease? Is there a play you love?
I love, and take it as a grain of salt because it's a big upset. I love Northern Iowa to beat St. John's, 12/5.
Wow, I remember you saying you like Missouri Valley teams in the first round, and St. John's has to fly across the country after playing all the way to the Big East Championship. Rick Pitino not happy about going to San Diego.
And they are going to have Kansas waiting for them on the other side, likely, if they can get past, I think, Furman or whoever. And I think, or Cal Baptist, one of the two. And I think that they might overlook. Northern Iowa moves the ball around. They don't care who scores. They shoot the rock well. I like that play a lot. I really, I think everyone is on the USF over Louisville, the 11-6 game. I feel like too many people are on the Bulls of USF. That makes me want to go Louisville.
Northern Iowa was seeded 6th in the Missouri Valley Conference tournament.
It's all about how you're playing now, Doug. I don't care about how you played in January. How you playing right now?
Yeah,
Don't
Doug.
yell at me.
And they're playing well.
Yeah, Doug, that was great. I got to listen to you get talked down to. That
Boy,
was
it
awesome.
really was.
Well, he tried to dunk on me,
Yeah,
and
he
I
tried
said,
to.
I said, I'll take a
Well,
charge.
Yeah, baby.
Going the other way.
I don't know. I'm afraid you're a prisoner of the moment. They got hot and beat a couple of Missouri Valley Conference teams. They didn't have that great a year, really.
All right, well, we'll talk. I mean, that's why they're a 12 seed.
gosh.
Do you think 12 seeds don't win? 13 seeds don't
Well,
win?
sometimes they do.
You think Alan Craig isn't going to hit? What are we talking about?
I don't care. I think Alan Craig's going to hit it all this year. His foot bothers him.
Yeah. I think, Tim, we have to take a break. I think we're running a touch long. We got JR coming up on the other side of the commercial break.
Yes, of course. Two-part questions.
Two-part questions left and right. So enjoy the game today, brother, and
Enjoy the weather.
I hope the weather gets better for you.
Yes. All right, great talking with you, boys. Take it easy.
All right, then. We'll see you.
Tim McKernan hopping on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Always a pleasure to talk with Tim when he's out on vacation. He did something similar last year, if you remember, on his drive back from Wichita. You were in that day, Cam, if you remember correctly.
Yeah.
You were in that day, which was
Lovely
fun.
Wichita.
Lovely Wichita.
Same weather as Florida right now.
That's right. We're going to have Jeremy Rutherford of The Athletic presented to us by Mark Hanna every week. He'll be coming in studio to talk it over. Two-part questions. You can send those in on the Air Comfort Service text line 314-399-9646. We'll be back with more of TMA on the other side of the commercial break. Right now, FanDuel is dropping bonus bets into everyone's account for the tournament, and all you have to do is opt in to claim your bonus. You can use them on your bracket picks, money lines, spreads, totals, game props, or even same-game parlays. But don't wait. These bonus bets are only available for a limited time. We got more NCAA tournament action with the first four going on tonight. I'm looking at this Miami SMU game. I know a lot of people are a little nervous about the Miami Redhawks who just snuck in after getting their first loss in their conference tournament. I like them getting 6.5. To me, that's too many points. But if you're scared of that, the over of 163.5, there's one thing the SMU Mustangs don't like to do, and that's play a lot of defense. So maybe the over of 163.5 if that if the spread scares you. Just visit FanDuel.com/local to learn more. You must be 21 and present in Missouri. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Max bonus $500 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Welcome back. You're listening to TMA on 101 ESPN. This program is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen as we broadcast live from the Stifel studios. And Cam, if you turn your head to your right, you'll see Jeremy Rutherford, he of the Athletic,
There he is.
who's in studio with us. We
What's
always
up,
love
baby?
having JR on.
Oh, gosh.
Oh,
Look at those
man.
guns.
Yeah, oh, he's showing off. We're going to talk more with JR. Be honest with you, I made the mistake. We went too long in the last segment, so what we're going to do is we're going to get right with this segment and then come back with a full segment of JR. But what that does is allow people to get their two-part questions in on the Air Comfort Service text line. Text those in 314-399-9646. You can also drop your questions into the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. We'll be scouring there for some questions for JR. But before we take a break, I want you guys to hear from the presenting sponsor, the title sponsor, Brown and Crouppen.
Brown and Crouppen, the presenting sponsor of TMA. Brown and Crouppen is local, founded in 1979 and serving St. Louisans now for 45-plus years. To the insurance company, just a claim number. To your team at Brown & Crouppen, you're a person with a name that Brown & Crouppen cares about and will fight for. They're a part of the St. Louis community because they were founded in the St. Louis community, still based in the St. Louis community. After an accident, money's tight, and that's why they offer so much for free. And at Brown & Crouppen, they're not going to get paid unless you get paid. When you're a client, all questions are answered for free. So if you think you may need Brown & Crouppen services, all you need to do is call 314-222-2222 or go to getbc.com. Make sure you let them know you heard about them on TMA. The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
All right, we're going to come back from the commercial break with a full segment of JR, so get your questions in for two-part questions. JR is presented to us every week by Mark Hanna. You are listening to TMA live on 101 ESPN as we broadcast live from the Stifel studios. And we're back. TMA live on 101 ESPN, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. We have a special guest in studio, as we do every Wednesday. That's Jeremy Rutherford, presented to us by Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies. What up, JR?
Hello, JR.
What's up, baby?
Doing awesome, guys. It's 8:50, and I'm already up to 50 steps on my watch here.
There we go.
Yeah, let's go.
50 of them.
Brick by brick.
Yeah. And what a treat to hear the great Tim McKernan on the drive in here.
The entire drive, you probably got
The skies opened up. The sun came out like as soon as he was on the phone.
It's undeniable, Kurt.
How you guys doing?
Doing well, man. We got
chilling.
Cam Jansen in the studio.
Yeah,
we got
better-looking
Cam
guy
and
over there.
JR in here. This is like the great guys of hockey uniting for a round table.
Yeah, last week I asked him at the Blues game up in the press box. I said, "Hey, I heard you're doing the show." "Yeah, man, come in. What day you come in? Wednesday, dude. You coming in? You come in. Let's do it. Let's yak it up. Let's go."
I've known you for a long time.
Yeah.
You know?
Long time.
Long
I
time.
covered Cam.
Yes.
And he's probably heard it before, but one of my favorite stories is anytime you went in the locker room, you know, Doug, you just excited to get a nugget or two from one of the players that you could use either on your show that night or I could write in my story. And, you know, he had the concussion. I think that was when Winchester got you, right, with the elbow?
Yeah. It also broke my sternum, which is always fun, too. So it was a double whammy.
That's a big elbow.
Yeah, he ran into me going 100 miles an hour, and, you know, he's 250 pounds, and my stick got caught in my sternum and cracked my sternum, and that was the only time I've ever been knocked out.
Oh, my goodness.
How'd that feel?
Great.
Did it?
And let's keep in mind here, this wasn't a Winchester, an opponent that Cam was playing. This was Winchester who?
Yeah, my line mate.
Teammate.
And that was the night Kate's mom and dad came for the first game to celebrate. And they went to the game. I got them nice tickets. We're all going to go to dinner afterwards. I had a breakaway the first shift. I'm like, oh, things are good. Things are good. They're going my way.
Yeah.
You know, I'm looking at her parent winking like, what's up? Let's go.
Did you score on the breakaway?
No. Oh. And then we went D to D with it, and I'm about to hit this guy, and Brad Winchester, look this up on YouTube, it's horrific, comes down the wall, and we collide, and I get knocked out, and I'm like this. And I try to get up. It's nasty to look at. So then my family and her family had to stay in the hospital while I was in there getting checked on. Oh, and then the best thing after that is Ryan Reeves got called up and took my job.
I didn't
That's how things go in the world of professional sports.
Thanks, Winnie. Yeah. And then the situation was, I don't know how much time you missed, but let's just say it was a week and 2 weeks, whatever. And so that's, you guys were talking earlier about concussions. Well, he was out. I didn't know the sternum, but the concussion. And when you came back, you had to do that baseline test. And for people who don't know what a baseline test is, you take one at the beginning of the season when you got your wits about you. They ask you a bunch of questions, and so they know that you're feeling good, you're normal. And then after you come back from the concussion, they throw that baseline test back at you to see if you pass. And so Cam's explaining that to me in the locker room. And I go, so what do they make you do for this baseline? He's joshing around like he always does. He says, well, they make you spell, some words. And I go, like what words? And he goes, like dog and cat and stuff like that. And I'm like, oh, they make you spell dog and cat to get back on the ice? And Cam goes, yeah, but I didn't know how to spell dog and cat at the beginning of the season. So I'm all excited. I got this little nugget, and I'm going back to my computer to write it for the Post-Dispatch. It's in print the next morning, and I get this phone call, and it says Cam Jansen on my phone. I go, uh-oh. He goes, hey, dude, so that stuff I was telling you at the locker, did you write that stuff? And I go, yeah, it was pretty good. And he goes, oh, man, the guys are giving me all the gears.
Yeah.
I didn't know you were, oh, man.
Well, what you do is when those baseline tests is you fail them at the beginning. So, you're playing at 30% or whatever it is, like dog was DAG or whatever. So you screw that up. So when you take it later, you know that even if you are messed up, you can still play because you're going to pass it.
They don't really ask you to spell dog and cat.
It's more
a
like
little harder than that.
It's the goofiest thing in the world, and it's the biggest pain in the ass. But it's like squiggly lines, and then they show you other things. You go, okay, what happened to 20 seconds ago? Okay, was it squiggly line? Was it this? And you have to remember different things. You have to do this. You have to do that. And by the end of it, you're just like ding ding, yes, no, yes. Doesn't matter. Right. If you're messed up, like nowadays they kind of know. We were talking about that earlier. I don't think there's that many concussions lately, right?
I didn't really think about it until you said that, and I agree with you. Like, there's still big hits, but you don't see guys miss 6 months or 3 months anymore. And I don't know, is that the treatment's better? They got a better handle on it? I don't know. But
what are the treatments, though?
Well, I don't want to pretend to even, for me to, know what it is. But I will say this. I think things have changed, and please, medical people, speaking out of turn here.
Yeah.
I remember they'd keep you out of the light. They'd tell you quit watching TV. They'd do this. And then recently, when I would cover a guy who had a concussion, I'd talk to him about it, and they'd say, no, they don't do that anymore. You can do this. You can watch TV. You can do. So, again, speaking out of turn a little bit, but it just seems like things are different in terms of how they treat you coming out of that.
It's the worst injury you could possibly get, though.
Yeah.
When you have a concussion that's really, really bad, you're so down and out. It's like coming off, like withdrawing off of heroin. Like you're down. You're sick.
Doug, what's that like?
You're spinning.
He's
never come down.
I know, it's strictly crystal meth.
Anything like that. But you're flu sick. You're spinning. Bright lights. You can't enjoy the outdoors. You can't get sunlight because you start spinning again. You can't drive anywhere. And it lasts for a long time. Like even Sidney Crosby was out for a year. Remember that?
Yeah.
I think it was like a year and a half. Remember David Perron was so bad. If you ever talk to him, which you have, he's miserable to be around. You're around your girl. You can't even talk to her. You can't even stand up. Like it's a brutal thing. And thank God mine went away in 2 seconds.
Yeah. No, I always get a kick out of when you talk about Perron. He got hit by Thornton and he missed, I think, 97 games.
Yes.
And I'll never forget, Kelly Chase was on 590, I think it was, and he came out and he said that the team was soft for not responding to the hit on David Perron.
Yes.
And so I got the audio from 590 and wrote a story about it and put it up at stltoday.com. All of a sudden the phone rings and it's Kelly Chase.
Yes.
What'd you write a story for? Buddy said it on the radio. Like, it's out there.
I know. Isn't it funny how we tell you something knowing it's going to be in the paper, or you say something, all of a sudden it is in the paper, and you complain about it. Chaser got. I think he didn't fly home with the team or something.
He got dinged on that.
He got dinged a little bit on that, but I don't remember. He came right out of the box and he got hit. I don't know. The guys didn't jump in. Now, Austin Matthews' situation when Racco Gudis is going through the same situation. Now, Toronto's fighting every single night, but it's just fake.
Yeah.
It's fake. Especially when you see Nylander come out and he's like, I don't know what happened. No. You were right there. You actually put your arm up knowing that it was going to be a penalty because it was a knee. But that's the kind of big thing in the NHL right now, talking about the suspension. Connor McDavid comes out and kind of, he usually doesn't say much, but he talks about we all need to come together and figure this whole thing out. So that's stirring up everything, too. What do you think of that whole situation?
Well, yeah, it looked like a bad hit. And
it was.
The fact that I just can't believe, and I don't put this on Craig Berube, but when I thought when he went up there, not that they'd turn into that type of team, but I figured like it would be instilled in them that something's got to happen in these situations. Like, we got to turn this around up here. And for him to be up there a couple years now and nobody responds to that, it just blows me away.
They're not even, and you can see it on the bench too. And it's a shame because he's a dang good coach and he's a great guy and he does get the best out of you. You can just listen to that little speech he gave in Game 7 in the locker room. Like, that's his, you can see the guys like getting pumped up. Like, that's what he does.
Yeah.
And these guys just block him right out. And they're like, oh, we got a new coach. How many coaches now we need a coach that's young and a little bit more like, oh, wait, like who you just had? You've been through everything. It's the players. Like, it's your core players. But he's probably going to get fired, and I don't know. That just certainly doesn't help his cause when guys don't jump into your captain.
It's a shame.
Jeremy Rutherford, our guest right now here in studio, presented to us by McKernan. Two-part questions are flowing in for you, JR, so I'm going to start out with the legend, the Hall of Famer, Carlos Spicy Wiener.
All right. Yeah, baby.
Question 1, JR, if the Blues move on from Binner this offseason, are they going to go internal for their new number 2 or maybe sign a vet? And question 2, with the new ownership and the uptick of turkey legs, do you think Hurricane Harbor will maintain its reputation as the Nantucket Island for Jeffco? It's from Carlos Spicy Wiener.
Oh, I was bummed with the Six Flags talk on the way out here. Yeah.
He wants it leveled.
It's what he says.
Cam, you're part of Eureka. Is that Jefferson County or no?
No, that's still St. Louis County.
Because I was kind of hoping
Franklin County now, though.
I was hoping for the first time ever this studio would be the majority Jefferson County. And
I just want Missouri to be home of the biggest Home Depot now. That'd be unbelievable.
That's what everybody complains about out there. They need a Home
keep
Depot.
the rides. Just have like a lumber section.
Hey, Cam, I was just having this talk because my 13-year-old son got a season pass this year, and he goes, Dad, but I got to overcome my fear of the roller coasters. He goes, the only one I can do is that mine train.
Oh, man. No. Oh, that's like for children.
Screaming Eagle is a good step up. Once because it doesn't go upside down.
No, it hurts. It's so rickety. It really
not like the boss
Exactly.
hurts. The boss really hurts.
No, it's rickety. And you look at how old that dang thing is.
That's the fun part about it. Is
And you're like,
not sure a bolt might
and
come
then you
loose
look
or
at the
something.
people working there, and you're like, I'm rolling the dice.
Speaking of fears, another Bam Bam story I'll never forget. I used to fly with the team for a period of years. I was at the Post-Dispatch, and boy, we hit some turbulence, and I just heard the loudest, "Wah!" And I looked at the guy next to me, probably another media guy. What was that? Who was that? Oh, that's Cam.
Yes. It would cripple me. And I go through phases with it, but it gives me so much anxiety, and I shake, and I'm like, oh, God, what are we doing? And some days are better than others, but if you don't have a couple cocktails in you, like I'm overthinking things way too much on the plane, and that it ages you when you fly a lot, man.
Yeah,
it really does.
Yes.
It makes a flight. It doubles the time whenever you have anxiety.
There's something about the air in an airplane. I get tired. I could just walk on and walk right out the airplane. I'm sleepy.
I know. No, there's something about it. But then sometimes I'm flying, I'm okay, but I'm like, I'm in a tube. 36,000 feet in the air. Mm-hmm. Why are we? And I overthink it, and I'm like, this thing's going to go down. And then I watch, of course, plane crashes on the Smithsonian Channel and what happened to
Good
them.
idea to do that while you're flying.
Yeah, just doesn't help.
Cam's in the
But at
back
least
of the
I know
plane.
how they went down.
Sit in the back of the plane, CAT, DOG, DOG. But hey, Carlos, on that second question with Bennington, I think if they would have had Colton Ellis still here in the system, maybe they promote him, and he's the tandem with Joel Hofer, but they lost him to Buffalo on waivers. If they trade Bennington, you could get a goalie back in return. I think the Blues might have had some interest in that Wallstat up there in Minnesota. I don't know if they're going to move him. I don't know if the Blues would make that move. But if not, they're going to definitely have to go outside of the system if they don't get a goalie back in the trade.
What do you think of what would you think the Blues need? And Brody asked me this yesterday, but what's the one thing they need the most right now?
Well, I think that they need goal scorers. They need finishers. But if Snuggerud continues to grow into that type of guy, then I think maybe you need another one, though. Like you have to have finishers. This team just didn't score. Look, you got, is it Robert Thomas with 15?
16 now.
16 now, yeah. And so you're talking about no 20-goal scorers, possibly? It was just a few years ago where I was writing notes and stories about having 7 or 8 of them, and now you might not have one.
Yeah.
So I think you need goal scoring. I get that, hey, Blues need defense. Hey, Blues, but to me, you got to have finishers.
And I think there's a lot of defense coming with
Eurocheck. That's the thing.
Some guys.
There's a ton. People might look at the D and say, oh, my gosh, no, they need D, but you got a lot of good ones coming.
You do. Yeah. You absolutely do.
That make it less likely that they move Kyrou since they're so desperate for goal scorers?
Well, I think it's a great question, but I think what's their opinion of him overall, not just as a goal scorer, and if the opinion is he's not part of this, then I think they'll move him regardless of the fact that they need a finisher.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate too because he's you want to find a goal scorer, but you got a 40 goal scorer in Jordan Kyrou. I think fans get pissy with him because he's not the rah type, and neither is Robert Thomas. I mean, they're not the loud. Jump on my back. No, I'm going to play the game, and some nights are going to be on, and some nights are going to be off, and I might be a little inconsistent. But at the end of the day, I'm going to produce at the end of the year. This year's a little bit goofy, so you're going to get rid of him to find another one of those?
Yeah, and that's the thing, guys. Is this is a funny game, as everybody knows. Kyrou can score 15 this year, 16, whatever, and then they keep him. And then he scores 40 next year, and we're all talking about how, holy smokes, what a down year, and he came back. And he's that type of player.
Exactly.
It's just, are they going to hold on to him?
I know.
You'd certainly be trading him at the lowest value he's had in a few years if you moved him now.
Yeah, and that's why Doug said, hey, listen, I'm not selling at 50 cents on the dollar, and it's probably why they don't have a trade yet.
What do you think? What do you think of Dvorsky's game?
I like him. I just think it's going to take some time. Yeah. I like, puck control, protection. He's shown he's got the shot. To me, people were calling him a bust 2 years ago. It's come on. Now he goes and does what he does at the Olympics, and now he's fitting in. Is he a number 1 center? Probably not, but I think he can be a decent number 2 once he grows into it.
Yeah, I think he just sees him move his feet a little bit more. You gotta get in the mix a little more. I need to notice you more.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
Now, don't just wait for that one-timer. Don't wait for plays to happen. Go make them happen. Because that kind of mindset, I feel like he needs to have a little bit more of, and I think he's going to be pretty good.
100%.
JR, this is just a one-part question.
Uh-oh, I'll take it then.
Best media food on the road, JR. Some big pause.
Ooh, that's a good.
Now, does it have to be strictly at the rink, like pregame at the rink, or is this like walk down the street and catch a restaurant?
Let's do one of each.
Okay.
What's the best food
Dallas
in the
is
media
pretty nice
room?
to walk to the rink and get a little.
Oh yeah, Dallas is good. Dallas is
nice
good.
hotel.
Do you have to pay for the media food
Some
everywhere now?
some you do, some you don't.
Yeah.
You know, some are good, some are bad. Some are $6, some are $13. Like it changes.
LA's pretty good.
Yeah, LA was. I remember being really good. The one story I do remember, Little Caesars at the old Joe Louis in Detroit. Like they serve just. I mean, there's 400 pizzas in boxes waiting for the media, and. I took about 3 or 4 pieces and put it on the plate, and I'm sitting next to Federico and Chase pregame eating a meal, and so I'm about on my 4th piece of pizza, and I go for one more bite, and it looks like I'm struggling. Like if I'm watching a video of myself, I'm probably struggling as I'm pushing this down, and Chaser looks at me and goes, "Buddy, you don't have to finish it."
He's waiting to chirp you.
But that's one time he said to I think he said it to a couple of us at the table there. He said, "Hey," he looked at the pile of food and he goes, "Are you going to eat that or climb that?" But then Jack's they moved it off of Broadway now for people to make that trip down to Nashville. But Jack's Barbecue, to me, is the best walking distance.
Well, yeah, you can just roll right out of the Bridgestone onto
Literally
Broadway
roll,
there.
Yeah, it's really nice.
It is downhill. You can truly roll. Good morning, fellas. JR, why are the Blues playing a 34-year-old, soon-to-be UFA Hall of Famer over developing players like Tucker and Kessel? I know plus minus doesn't tell the whole story of a player, but to me, the Blues just do not want Kessel in the lineup regardless of his decent play. Part 2, does it make sense to you?
Fowler.
Tony Perkis.
Yeah, no, I think it's a situation they're trying to mix in veterans with young guys. And listen, when they brought Fowler in, they were still trying to be competitive, and they admit now that they're not going to be competitive. It's not working, so that's why they're making the change. And you can't all of a sudden just, "Hey Cam, sorry, you're gone." He signed him to a 3-year deal, which now in retrospect you probably look at that and say, "Oh," because he's not on the power play anymore. I mean, when you look at it, signing Cam Fowler, 33, 34 years old, to a 3-year contract, you look at the skating and you think, well, at the worst, he can be a 6'7" guy for you. But I think that contract might not age well. So to the point about playing him over Matt Kessel, I think they look at Kessel as the guy who can jump in there in a pinch, and probably that's it. Maybe like a 6'7" guy himself.
Well, I would say that. Cam Fowler really turned it on last year when Colton Parayko got hurt, and he dominated. Now he's getting some points lately.
He's got some points lately.
Right. But no, he's slowed down a little bit this year. Everybody has, I feel like. Every player.
JR, do you see the Blues making any trades within their division? That used to be a no-no not that long ago. It's from the Lone Ranger's sidekick.
Yeah, and I realized that was a big no-no. I honestly don't see an issue with it. Yes, you play the division teams more, and you got to finish ahead of them to get to the playoffs if you want to be in the top 3 in your division. But listen, and Cam, you tell me if I'm off base on this. If the Utah Mammoth give you the best package for Robert Thomas, like the stud center, number 4 overall, a couple years at Denoyers, do you take a less attractive package from a team in the East just because you're shipping Thomas out to the East? Like, don't you go for the best player, best package? Like,
I would think so, for sure.
So if you're playing 82, 84 games now, and you're playing Arizona or Utah 6 times, whatever, like, you're still playing 75, 76 other games with this stud center. I don't understand the point.
Yeah, I mean, maybe in the playoffs, if you both make the playoffs, and you run into each other, and all of a sudden he comes up big, that's going to be a topic. But no, you get the best package if it's available.
Right.
Yeah, sorry, I know somebody chirped me for asking JR questions, but I was just kind of sorry. Were you surprised that Parayko said no to Buffalo?
Not really. The only thing is that when I saw the news and that it was going down, I just assumed that there was enough talks behind the scenes that he was completely aware of the situation and had a little bit of advanced knowledge. And so that's why I thought maybe. But then once you did your due diligence and your homework and you realized that he was caught off guard and he's laying in a hotel in Seattle with a few hours to think about leaving St. Louis after 11 years, it's like, I don't think he's going to do this. So at that point, no.
And then you got to think where he's going.
Yeah.
And people are like, well, Buffalo's good. Well, I don't care. Buffalo is not sexy, and they're not sexy yet until they become sexy, and then you are going to attract some guys like a Colton Parayko. You're not there yet. I know Tage is doing well. I know you're on a streak. I know Yarmo's there fixing different things, but you're not there yet. You're not going to attract these guys until you do something in the playoffs and you have a pretty good season beginning next year. You got a lot of work to make up for people to be attracted to go to Buffalo.
Yeah, so let's say you're Colton Parayko and you say, wow, hot team playing well. Things look like they're on the upswing with Buffalo. He's got 4 more years on his contract. So you're going to tell me he wakes up in the second month of next season and they're 3-22 and he goes, what the hell did I do?
I don't think they even have a Six Flags in Buffalo.
And then you look outside, there's 4 feet of lake effect snow.
There's got to be, though, like 6 Home Depots on every block.
Oh, that they got, yeah. Because you got to barricade yourself inside.
What if the trade was to L.A. or Anaheim instead of John Carlson? Do you think he would have been like...
Yeah, I'm of the belief that wherever it was, he wasn't ready to go.
Well, we have a news flash.
Yeah, Doug, you sound like an ass
There
right now.
is a Six Flags in the Buffalo area.
Oh, there.
Parayko probably didn't know that.
Six Flags, Darien Lake. Yep.
If his agent would have told him.
Yeah, it'd been a whole different story.
JR, do you expect Carbonell up to be up here next year? It's from Jerkwood of Kirkwood.
Cam and I were just talking about that. So I think because of the direction the Blues are going, youth, he's going to get a chance at some point next year. Is it going to be opening night? Maybe not. He might start down in the minors and get some experience. Look, he is putting up crazy numbers in the Quebec League. That is an offensive league. When I talked to Carbonell a couple months ago, he said, hey, still working on my defense. The Blues said as much when they saw him in camp last year. So, I don't think that even if you make some strides in your defensive game in the Quebec League, you're still not, NHL ready from that perspective. So I think that he will play in the minors next year, and I think at some point we'll see him in St. Louis.
Yeah, this is a big jump. Just so everybody knows, he's playing against guys his own age and younger. He needs to play against a 35-year-old man with 3 kids that's been through ups and downs in the minors, and you're tugging and you're battling against him in the corner instead of that 17-year-old kid from wherever. It's a big, big difference. And when he's probably not going to, he's got, even if he had an unbelievable training camp, there's only so many games, there's only so much you could really prove until you do go down the minors and play in that scrambly league with grown men, and then let's see how you adapt to that league, which is the most difficult league in the world to play in my opinion.
You're saying you're not impressed that he plays for Blainville, Boys Brown, Armada?
He's playing against 17-year-old kids.
Doug,
right
when
now.
you said you watched all their games the other day about
I see them all.
Hey, and I will say, I told Cam this too, Jax, that out of 21 years covering the team, 2 players stick out in terms of you can't talk to them about going down to the minors and that they're probably going to be in the minors. And the first one is Jordan Binnington. I remember when he was like, nobody knew who he was, and I'm at his locker stall, and I said, hey, can I talk to you before, next week, when they probably, you're not saying send them down, but you're kind of hinting at it.
Yeah.
And he's like, what are you talking about? I'm not going, I'll be here. And Marty Brodeur confirmed that later on, saying every time he told him he was going to get reassigned, he would look at him like, what are you talking about? Like, he's saying that to Marty Brodeur. And the other one is Justin Carbonell. Like, I've talked to him several times, and hey, what's next year going to look like for you? And he says, Blues, Blues, Blues. And if you mention the minors, he kind of cuts you off. So
that's good. That's a good attitude to have. But
yeah, you reply. You said, "Hey, that's great to hear from you."
Yeah, you want to be up. Of course you do. But I do like his attitude. Like, even in watching him last year in training camp, he kind of invites trouble a little bit. Like,
he's got a little sandpaper in his game.
You want to bump into me? I'll put my shoulder into you. Like, I like that. I like the way he played. But again, you're going to have to prove yourself. Playing in Springfield, seeing what you do, being consistent, traveling, playing 3-3, by the way. How are you on that third Sunday game at 2:00 in Albany? How do you? So that's going to be a big test for him. It is, and he needs it.
JR, I know you're recording the Last Minute Blues podcast here soon. Someone tried to sneak one past me, Cam, saying, Jackson, please ask JR if his lineman in the Quebec League, and then the last name of this player is going to be Maez, and the first name It was something along the lines of like Dixon.
It was Dixon.
And we'll come along with him the blues time. And you got to wake up pretty early in the morning to fool me, brother.
But he still got you to say it.
The guy,
No, I didn't say it.
He
I said
did
it
get me.
in the correct way.
He got
I
me 2 years
separated
ago with that on the text line. I remember.
Yeah, not gonna fool me.
No way.
And definitely not gonna fool JR. Jeremy Rutherford, our guest every Wednesday, presented by Mark Hanna. JR, thanks so much for coming in studio with us. We appreciate you, and we always look forward to talking with you.
Thank you, Mark. I'm gonna go get some steps in, guys.
All right, okay, up to 50 to 75. We're hoping. All right, we're gonna come back with more of TMA on the other side of the commercial break. We are in our Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour that just wrapped up now, in our Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. You're listening to TMA here on 101 ESPN, all presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, live from the Stifel Studios.
Great spot for lunch, happy hour on the weekends, weekdays, weeknights. You already know about Village Bar. Best cheeseburgers in town, reasonably priced, waffle fries, and the home to 1879 Distilling, which is making these award-winning spirits right in back. That cool barn. When you park in back at the Village Bar, you've seen that beautiful barn for years. That is the home to 1879 Distilling. Red Barn Vodka, 1879 rye, bourbon. They've got all these different choices. You can read more online about it. An homage to the German heritage back in the 1800s when they had these distilleries down on the water, on the riverfront. But the main point is great tasting spirits, all of it, one spot at the Village Bar. So the next time you're up there, ask for it by name or around town at a restaurant, country club. Tell them you want them to serve you some 1879. Get online, read that whole story. Village Bar, 1879. What a great combination.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. More NCAA tournament action tonight. Prairie View A&M taking on Lehigh as a battle of 16 seeds for their right to play in the first round. Then Miami of Ohio and SMU will play. That's an 8:15 tip-off. That was our Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer. Welcome back. The morning after. Presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, live here on 101 ESPN. We're doing this program from the Stifel studios. Cam Jansen in for the vacationing Tim McKernan and Martin Kilcoyne. If you missed any of the program so far today, Tim joined us for a good long conversation while he's down in Florida on spring break with his family. And we also just had Jeremy Rutherford in studio. So if you missed any of that, go back and podcast on the Schaefer Door Company podcast. Cam, during that JR segment, I, for whatever reason, went to your Wikipedia page.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
And I kind of want to play a little game here where can Cam guess his Wikipedia page information? And let's see how accurate it is.
All right.
First of all, what do you think the height is listed for you on Wikipedia?
6 feet.
6 feet is correct.
Better be.
How about the weight?
215.
215 is correct. This guy might have been studying his own.
Well, that's what it was in every.
You reading your own press clippings?
Well, you would see it was just always 6 foot 215 since I first got in the league.
Yeah, that was just always what you were labeled at. They weren't like weighing you every year to see.
No, they were weighing me every year.
Yeah.
Actually, we were weighed in every single day.
Yeah.
Not game days. So if I went out the night before and I weighed 215 the day before and I weighed 216, I would get tortured and
Really?
you would have to see me and Vladimir Burry would have to skate me after practice. So every day I had to get weighed in, butt naked, sit there and be like, oh God, starve myself. Not drink any water, be hydrated for practice.
Right.
So I could be dehydrated and make weight. It was brutal.
I'm sure you'd lose a lot of weight during a game, too, and just sweat and stuff.
If I played 4 minutes, you know. But, I might have a 4-minute fight. That'll get you.
Your rookie season, you led the Devils with how many fighting majors?
16?
11. It's got you down as 11 fighting majors.
Probably felt like 16.
Well, there was a preseason. I had about 10.
Oh, did you?
The famous stat, the career goal numbers in the NHL.
6 and 8.
6 and 8, yeah. 6 apples. And how many penalty minutes in the NHL? You want to take a round number?
775 or something.
774.
Yeah,
Look at you go.
Yeah. And my era was more like stay out of the penalty box as much as you can, those are all basically fighting majors. Because if I took a penalty, then I'm sitting. Like, you don't want to take stupid penalties. My penalties were from hitting guys, and fights. You take a tripping call, like, what are you doing? Like, you're not going to play the rest of the game.
And I don't like this Wikipedia kind of one-liner they have at the very beginning of your page. It says, Jansen was widely regarded as one of the toughest enforcers in the league, which is nice, throughout his low-scoring tenure.
You son of a gun!
Yeah.
They kind of editorialized that a little bit.
That's taking some liberties.
I'm glad you started this because we must be on the same page. I was doing some similar things during the JR discussion, so I've got a couple of things for you too, Cam.
What do you got?
First of all, I looked up that Winchester hit.
Oh, God.
Didn't look that bad. A little disappointed you laid on the ice like you did.
Did you see me choking?
Did you embellish?
Look at it.
Oh.
I'll show you, Doug, in a little bit. Another thing I was looking at, I'm curious. I was interested. It says the average hockey fight lasts 25 to 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Can you think of one that seemed to be a marathon?
Oh, yeah, most of them.
Do you have any in particular? Because I pulled up a highlight that I have a couple questions about.
Well, I had one against when I went back to the Devil. When I played for the Blues, I went back to the Devils to play, and they got a tough guy named Pierre-Luc L'Eternel Leblond. Scary guy. French, Canadian, scary, tough. And he took he was their tough guy, and then we fought. I think we broke the record as one of the longest fights in NHL history, and I think it was almost 3 minutes.
Because the one I pulled up, it's from 2007. You were with the Devils. Wade Bellick.
Oh, Wade Bellick. Yeah, that was yeah.
And it looked to go about a minute and a half. The first 30 seconds or so, you didn't throw any punches. You were trying to shake off an elbow pad and get it loose.
Yeah.
But in that last minute, I counted 27 haymakers you put on this guy.
Well, he's 6'6". So I have to go into that fight with a game plan. Okay, like if I'm going to fight a guy your size, which I never did because they're all gigantic, then I'm going to go and I'm going to throw right off the bat, like, let's go, because I'm going to be able to hit you because my reach, I got longer arms, so I'll be able to go toe-to-toe as much, a little bit more so. But when you fight a guy that's 6'6", I got to come in with a game plan. I got to get my grip. I got to take hits. I got to take them off the top of my head and not my chin and not my temple as much as possible, and figure out and finally get my rhythm, wear them down, and start counterpunching.
And one thing I thought I noticed, I could be wrong, but it looked like you were shaking the refs off. Like, not yet.
No, this is my time. I'm not done.
Nobody ever punches in the stomach either. Would that not hurt because of the padding?
I did a couple times just to kind of break loose a little bit, like get him in the kidney a little bit, just so he kind of like upside, then he throw an uppercut. But there was a couple guys that got knocked out with a kidney punch. Colton Orr knocked out big John Scott. Just caught him, bam, right in the kidneys. Scott went down, buckled him. He was pissing blood for a while.
I bet he was.
Another thing is that this Wikipedia picture of you, your hair's looking fantastic in the pic.
I used to be kind of handsome, man. It just went away quick. My hair was always in that weird spot till even when I was young, it just wasn't there, right? I just like
naturally thin hair.
You know what it just was a little goofy. My brother certainly had the same thing. My dad has pretty dang good hair. My mom was thick hair, but I just knew it was going to go quick. Right. And I remember one time. And you know, anybody that loses their hair, anybody out there knows when somebody first mentions it to you.
It's the one
and
the
you're
worst
like,
feeling.
son of a gun. And I was in warm up playing for the Blues. I had no bucket on. My buddies are all there, and I'm like spinning my stick, cruising around in warm ups. And after the game, they're like, "Dang, man, the lights were on your head there a little bit." And somebody chirped me, and I'm like, "Really?" And I kind of look down and I watch the camera angle. I'm like, "Oh, here it comes."
Yeah.
Oh no,
Cam's not joking. There is that moment of like where you yourself are self-conscious about it, but no one said anything to you yet. So you're like, maybe I'm still living. I know, you know what it was. One of the first people was like my niece when she was really young.
Yeah.
And so they don't know any better. It's just it wasn't her fault, but she's like, "You got thin hair." I was like, "Damn, man."
Oh, you got me, girl. You got me
right in the gut. And then once it enters your mind, it's
you're
always worried about
sweetheart.
You're always, and I think you have a little bit. I mean, my hair is certainly lighter, but lighter-ish hair.
Yeah, blonde hair, blue eyes.
Yeah, if you have that. And it's a little thin, it's going to look even worse on a scalp, on a white scalp. It's going to be like show even more.
In a month, it's gone.
Yeah,
I'm
on a full court press. But you told me in the break the other day that you're cutting it.
I'm doing it right when the season ends, so I don't scare anybody up in the press box. And Mark Bergevin and everybody makes fun of me when I walk by on the jumbotron.
Let people get used to it.
Oh, so now I'm going to let people get used to it in the summer. I get a tan. I'm going to look scary.
I think you have the build where
I hope so.
Going bald is going to look good.
I look like he did it on purpose just to look even tougher.
Yeah, and I'm going to keep the beard flowing.
That's the key.
You know, certainly.
That's the key.
I'm lucky. I was able to grow a beard at a young age. My dad's got a full, thick beard. I went to my dad's house the other day. It pissed me off. I'm like, your hair is growing back.
I know.
He's 73.
My dad's the same way.
Mm-hmm. He looks better than I do.
I know.
He's like getting younger, I feel like.
It's such a shame.
I love it for him.
Yeah.
No, he's out and about, cruising around, doing his thing.
I have it worse. My brother texted me the other day and he goes, he knows I'm struggling with these. I had to shave off a little bit of my hair that's growing lower on my forehead. He's like, that's how much hair I got. And here I am.
Tell him to sit down and shut up.
I'm over here. I'm trying everything under the sun to try to get my hair right.
Can I ask you a question?
I would love if you asked me a question.
When you are talking to a girl,
sure,
do you think about?
Yeah.
Do you look into her eyes and do you see her look up and down?
No, I never noticed because the hairline isn't as bad. I have a bad tendency of when I laugh, and I like to be a jovial guy, effervescent if nothing else.
Yes. Okay.
And I like to chuckle a lot, and I have a bad habit of like dropping my head when I laugh, like chin down to my chest. And that's just like, here, take a look at this bullseye I got up here.
Do it right off the bat, though.
I know.
I don't think it bothers them
No, I don't think it's bad.
You think it does.
No, I don't think it is bad.
Get it done.
She's probably more interested in your wallet. What do you got in there?
Well, but he left that at Grove 23, so
tougher.
Oh,
Cam,
man.
who's your daddy in the Air Comfort Service text line wants to know what was going through your head when you freight trained Carey Price?
Well, I was like, is he going to move? Because if you look at that video, it was just kind of like a perfect combination to have a green light to be able to run over a goalie. And that's in Montreal with all the media, and Carey Price is an absolute superstar. And we're both going for the puck, and I'm like, I'm not moving. And he went in, and we kind of collided at the same time. My feet literally almost went over the glass.
I watched it.
You know, and knocked the wind out of me. And then Carey Price tries to start fighting me. I'm like, let's go.
Yeah, he's pulling his teammates off of you, trying to get you for
breathe.
himself.
Where would you hit a goalie?
Look at the video. Okay, I'll give it. He comes out to play the puck on the boards. I'm going after the puck against the boards, and we both go bam.
I mean, like in a fight. If you're going to fight a goalie, what are you going to attack?
I'm going to take his helmet off. I fought a goalie in juniors. Ray Emery. he passed away.
Feel bad
After the fight?
No, he drowned a couple years ago.
Sorry to bring it up.
He drowned a couple years ago in the middle of the night. Anyway, we fought. You got to get the helmet off. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You got to get the helmet off. But most goalies aren't going to fight. Although there's been goalie fights this year in the NHL.
Yeah, Pittsburgh's tried to get in a few.
Was Carey Price the guy that showed up to an award show with a pair of his wife's panties as a pocket square?
Oh,
no way.
I
think he's so pure. I don't think he would do that. Maybe he would. That's actually kind of cool. As a pocket square. Maybe.
I'm looking it up
if
now.
He did,
it's always
it's
best
kind
to
of cool.
do that after the fact.
You know?
Yeah, it was Carey Price.
Yeah, he did. Good for him.
He realized he didn't have a pocket square, and he utilized a black lace thong provided by his wife.
And she's probably a beautiful woman because he's a handsome guy.
You know, who among us?
Oh, man. Good for him.
If you're looking to look good, regardless of hair or pocket square availability, I might suggest Polos Plus, a wonderful sponsor who's hooked us up to Chairman Kurtz wearing a sweet little crew neck. Look at that crew neck.
Yeah, very nice.
It's a sweet little crew neck. They sponsor the dossier here on TMA, which featured Jeremy Rutherford in the previous segment. Let's hear what Tim has to say about our friends over at Polos Plus.
Well, if you run a small or medium-sized business, this one's for you. Running a business is hard enough. Getting premium branded gear for your business should not be, and that's why Polos Plus exists. Polos Plus is locally owned and operated by Corey Lawson with longtime TMA listener and supporter Andrew Hubbard running the sales and the marketing side. Corey and his family have been serving the local community since 1995. Polos Plus offers brands like Carhartt, Travis Matthew, Nike, Under Armour, and the list goes on and on. Polos Plus offers more than just polos. They offer jackets, quarter zips, hats, beanies, you name it. They have it. Here's the difference. The big guys don't really care about the entrepreneur or the local business owner. They want massive corporate orders. Polos Plus is built for guys like Doug. Business owners grinding every day, trying to get exposure and grow their brands. And unlike most places, Polos Plus doesn't tack on crazy minimums. Start small, give them a shot. That's Polos Plus. Go to polosplus.com, take 10% off with the promo code TMA at checkout. And if you have any questions, you want to talk to Andrew Hubbard directly, email him at andrew@polosplus.com. That's polosplus.com, promo code TMA.
It's Polos Plus. We're going to take a commercial break. Come back with more of TMA here. We'll have the Design Their Heating and Cooling email today coming up in about 15, 20 minutes or so. We'll release the winner of that at the end of the program. Cam Jansen in here with us. Love having him in. Martin Kilcoyne will be back tomorrow, and then Tim will be back on Monday. That is your update on where the fellas are at. Yeah. This is The Morning After, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN as we broadcast live from the Stifel Studios.
Ryan Luchtefeld appears on TMA as our Billiken analyst, and he is with Delmar Mortgage online at delmarmortgage.com. Ryan gives out his personal number for you to call him directly, and that number is 618-593-3608. You're going to get the personal local touch, but with all the necessary technology to make the process smooth and easy. Pre-approvals and fast-track options that will make your offer stick out to local sellers and listing agents. They're going to get closings in as little as 2 weeks for you at Delmar Mortgage when you're working with Ryan Luchtefeld. Delmar Mortgage is 60 years of family-owned business, and Ryan himself's been doing it for 22 years, 13 of which have been with Delmar Mortgage. Call him at 618-593-3608 or go online at delmarmortgage.com. His office is close to Scott Air Force Base. He loves working with veterans, and he is a big Billiken supporter as a former Billiken player. It's Ryan Luchtefeld and Delmar Mortgage.
Well, welcome back. You're listening to The Morning After here on 101 ESPN, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen. We are in our Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. Get involved in the radio program. Air Comfort Service, text line 314-399-9646. Call in on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, where Tim McKernan joined us earlier in the program, and get in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, where you can talk it over with a number of TMA listeners in there. I know plenty are in there. Doug, it's time for one of your favorite segments of the week.
What's that?
It is time for Market Moves, presented by Stifel, where we size up some of the biggest storylines in sports and decide which ones we're backing, dropping, or watching. We bring the takes. Stifel brings the day perspective. Let's break down the moves that matter today. We're checking on the outlook of the Tigers, and I got another, or I said Tigers, outlook of the Cardinals, and then a little bit of Tiger. What's his future looking like? All of this is presented to us by Stifel, and it's
Market. Market. This is lousy production.
Oh, man.
Ouch. Okay. The Athletic has said one player from each Major League Baseball organization as a standout in 2026 spring training. Doug, can you guess who the Cardinals representative for this article is?
Nelson Velasquez.
Good guess, but that's the incorrect answer. Cam, do you have any venture guess?
A Cardinal
that is standing out in spring training. Are you buying the stock in this person? Are you selling the stock in this person? The win is not the correct answer. This guy will not be playing for the Major League roster to start the season. We already know this. Joshua Baez. Baez was the Cardinals' 2021 second-round pick out of high school. He was slow to develop until last year when he broke out and slashed .287, .384, and .500 with 2 home runs and 54 stolen bases between high A and double A. He and Connor Griffin of the Pirates are the only players in the minors to hit 20 homers and steal 50 bags. Baez can play all 3 outfield positions, but will end up at one of the corners, and he has the arm to play right field. If he continues to make adjustments, he could be in the majors by summer. But of course, he's starting in Memphis.
Oh, yeah, why wouldn't you put your best prospect in Memphis?
So you buying stock in him, Doug? You buying stock in Josh Baez?
Well, yeah, absolutely. I think he's probably their top prospect. He and Weatherholt right there together.
Yeah.
So I would just assume see him play. It's like they're saying we don't have a shot this season, so why not bring him up now?
You're going to start his clock, Doug?
Sure.
Okay.
I think good. Yeah, I think someone like Velasquez, who's a little older. Velasquez, I believe, is 27. Will get a lot of the early. I think he'll be right up there. And based on our conversation with Brad Thompson on Monday, it sure seems like Velasquez will be there for opening day. So.
He's been their best hitter this spring.
Yeah.
He's got 4 homers. He's hitting .333. A lot of the guys have had horrendous springs at the plate. Jordan Walker is hitting .176. He struck out 13 times and 34 at-bats. Can you start him in right field?
God, everybody was so excited about him today.
All right, Doug, here's what I'm going to do.
Victor Scott's hitting .143. Wynn's hitting .148. Page's .154.
All right, Doug.
Fermin .179. It goes on and on. Weatherholt .214.
All right, Doug, I'm going to name some Cardinal players who will likely be on the opening day roster. You tell me, you backing, dropping, or watching?
Okay.
Let's start with Jordan Walker. Big one.
I'm dropping.
Dropping. You're out on him.
You got to produce at some point. This is year 4 now for him. How many years?
Right. And I think to your point on Walker, he's a guy who didn't have much AAA experience when he made his Major League debut. I think they don't want to make that mistake with Baez. So keeping him in AAA maybe is avoidant. And when we heard from Chaim Bloom down in spring training, he said you don't want to overvalue what happens in spring training and let that...
No, but you'd rather see guys hit than flail around and not hit a lick.
Right, but Jordan Walker was better than Baez was in spring training. You brought him up, and yes, he was good, but he didn't have the power that they were looking for.
But are you going to say that about every prospect that comes up now? Look at Jordan Walker.
No,
that's the roadmap.
But a similar kind of good corner outfielder with a lot of power. I think that I'm not trying to justify the move. I'm telling you what's probably going through their heads right now.
But in spring training, though, like shouldn't you be able to hit in spring training because the pitchers are working on new things and different things? They're lobbing pitches.
But hitters are also working on new things. Jordan Walker is
not to the extent
how much more does he got to work on? He's changing everything every
I've asked this question before. I'm going to throw it to you, Cam.
What's up?
The last Cardinals drafted outfielder to be an all-star. The Cardinals had to draft him, and they made the all-star team as an outfielder.
Who is it?
Yeah.
Oh, God. Now you put me on the spot, baby.
Can we have initials?
God, can we have
I'm
initials?
not doing initials.
Give us initials.
I do want you to think outside the box a little bit. The answer is not.
Like he probably made it for some other team.
No.
Outfielder that made Bader?
Nope.
Did they make the All-Star team as a Cardinal?
Yes.
Would it be Carpenter?
Nope.
Can we have initials? please?
AP.
Albert Pujols.
Albert Pujols is the
Wow.
last player that the Cardinals drafted to make an All-Star game as an outfielder. His first
Wow.
All-Star game, I think he played maybe
Interesting.
left field.
Yeah,
I would have never guessed that.
He started as a left fielder, I think his rookie year, and then they moved him around a little bit. But he was like a shortstop, third baseman.
Did Scotty make one?
College.
Somebody asked on the text line. Did he make it?
I don't think so.
Who's that? Piscotty?
Yeah.
Was he drafted by the Cardinals?
I think he was, but I don't think he was ever an all-star.
Yeah. He went through some tough times, didn't he?
Yeah,
Did Mom
his
pass
mother-
away?
I think so.
Yeah.
She got sick, and that was
Yeah.
part of the trade to Oakland at the time.
Oakland. Oh, God.
All right, Doug, one more player I'll name. Nolan Gorman. Watching, dropping, or backing?
I'm watching.
Okay. So you have more optimism over someone like Gorman than Walker?
Well, the way things stand right now, yeah. I just don't know what you've seen out of Walker for the last 2+ years to make you think this is going to turn around. It has to turn around at some
And
point.
it's a shame because he would be an absolute superstar here.
And I don't think it's the story is not finished, I want
He's
to say.
only 23.
He's the same age as J.J. Weatherholt.
Yeah, that's true. He is still
Younger
young.
than
Yeah.
Scott, younger than a lot of guys. I keep referencing this, and I said it a lot on Balloon Party, but Aaron Judge didn't make his Major League debut until he was 26 years old. And that's a guy with a similar body type as Walker. Now, I'm not by any means saying that Jordan Walker is going to turn into someone like Aaron Judge, but sometimes certain guys, especially bigger body types, might need a little bit longer, and maybe or probably the Cardinals
That
brought
makes
him up
sense.
too quickly. In the case of need, they needed an influx of energy. And, yeah, he started out with a 14.
Didn't they sent him down, though, didn't they?
There was an odd deal there. That seemed really weird. But I think that, to give up on someone like Walker, whose potential is through the roof, would be short-sighted, especially for an organization that fans have complained about before, letting guys go and then they flourish with other organizations. If that happens with someone like Walker, there might be like a revolution.
Yeah,
you know?
that's true.
So I don't know. I think that the optimism meter for me would be much higher on someone like Walker than it would be Gorman.
But he does look lost.
Sure. I'm not denying that he has underwhelmed significantly so far in his career.
It's a shame.
Yeah,
But he needs to go back to AAA. I guess he has some options.
He's done that. He's done that a few times.
Yeah, but you can't, as an outfielder, you can't not hit.
Right.
I mean, they can find a million guys who can play defensively, handle the outfield.
For sure.
Yeah,
And it's not like he's a stud defensively by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah.
But I think you kind of ride that until the wheels fall off. If this was a championship contending ball club right now, then yeah, I think you'd have some hard decisions to make.
But they're not.
But they're not even close to
Yes.
that right now. So I think that
Play him. See what he does.
And then if Baez is still hitting in AAA, bring him up as soon as you want, as soon as you can.
What do you think
he's
of
ready?
Newt Bar?
He's injured. He's dealing with the double heel surgery that he had in the offseason.
So he's he's always injured.
He'll be out for a little bit there to start the season.
Yeah.
But I think that's another situation where it's like, well, what are you going to do? Because he still has some trade value, I think, because he's a sabermetrics darling. He's got a lot of the numbers that a lot of teams like, not to mention he's got international
he became
appeal.
popular really fast.
Yeah, so I think that and he's a real character,
Yeah.
So I think there's still some trade value there at some point. How big of a trade value, that remains to be seen, but I don't know. They don't have many trade pieces left after they moved Donovan.
Who's the oldest player on the team? Position player.
Position
May, right?
or
Dustin May, or
position would be Urias, the guy they just signed. But after that, I think Newt would be way up there.
26?
27?
27.
Yeah. So it's a young club.
It's a young club. That's okay.
And then I think Stanek would be the oldest guy.
Always
on the
nice.
team
I think
overall.
fans will appreciate watching a young club that's going to struggle.
If they can show something.
Than
If they show
an older club that's overpaid.
Even if they're losing, if they're 500 come end of May or something, but they have some guys who are looking like they're hitting, especially the younger guys, like if Walker's hitting or if Gorman's hitting or if JJ Weatherholt's really showing out, then I think there's something to look excited about. And if the pitching, if McGreevy can kind of hit, if they can get some out of Leahy, if Graceffo's looking good, there is a hope. But how much hope is there?
I have to admit, I've never been less excited about a Cardinal baseball season than I am about this one.
So you're dropping on the Stifel market
to go in with almost
scale.
no hope If I wanted to see guys develop, I'd watch minor league baseball. I want my team to have a shot. I want them to have a collection of the best players that they can possibly assemble and have a chance to win something. I don't care. Oh, good, we got a minor leaguer hitting 220. Maybe he'll be good in 3 years.
What would you want them to do? Sign a monster? Sign a big...
I think it's too late at this point.
What would who's out there?
They're kind of stuck where this is what they have to do. I understand that this is what they have to do. It doesn't mean I have to be excited about watching a bunch of guys who could be in AAA play.
Is there any move that they could have made maybe in the offseason to get somebody to bring people in? Was there somebody out there that they passed on because they didn't want to spend the money?
Not really. They were in such a horrible place with these guys making huge money that weren't the players that they used to be. I fully understand what they're doing and why they have to do it. I couldn't be less interested in the start of the season. I've never been that way. I've been following this team since the early 1960s. Excited every year. Baseball season started. And this year it's starting, we got no shot. Yeah. That's not very exciting to me.
I know. And a lot of fans aren't used to that.
No.
That was Market Moves presented to you by Stifel.
Market. I don't know about this production. Market.
Shout out to Stifel. We appreciate
Why do I laugh at that, man?
That's because it's
hilarious.
good stuff, is what it is. It's quality production,
awful,
but it's quality production.
It's hilarious.
We'll have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today on the other side of the commercial break. You are listening to The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, live from the Stifel Studios.
Michael's Flooring's been family and locally owned for over 30 years. Michael takes great pride in helping and making sure that his employees are happy and making a great living. You can go online right now at igotfloored.com, Michael's Flooring's website, igotfloored.com, and right now you get 3 samples free from Proximity Mills. Michael's passion's flooring, and when you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. That's why he's making sure he gets the best carpet installers and giving them $7 a square yard, which is incredible compensation in this industry. Just come in or talk to him. You're going to see the difference. They want to make sure they suggest the best thing for you, not pushing what corporate's telling them they have too much of. There's a reason he's continued to grow through the 31 years. Employees love working for him as they feel like family, and he makes sure they are taken care of, and this then rubs off to the families buying the product as they know they have the best interests of the buyers. They have it all, but carpet's awesome, and it's back. They have so many varieties of all flooring and have 3 easy-to-get to locations in St. Louis. They're in Creve Coeur, they're in Garden Prairie, and they're in St. Peters. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael, and make sure you visit the website igotfloored.com.
Throw your woos up, Doug.
What's
That's
that?
a good beat right here.
Cash rules everything around me.
You stepped in what?
Exactly. You're listening to TMA. We're live here on 101 ESPN. We're about to do our Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. But before we do that, Doug, if someone's out there having a kitchen issue, kitchen issues, which is a hard word to say back to back.
Kitchen issue.
You're a professional. I'm not classically trained. But if you're out there having kitchen issues, if that's what rules everything around you, well, who would you suggest, Doug?
Well, you wouldn't have kitchen issues if you'd called Collier and Thompson in the first place. There you go. There's some people that have tried to go the cheap route, and they have their Uncle Binky come over and try to replace the kitchen.
That's not going to cut
cabinet.
it, is it?
It doesn't work. No. Go to the pros, the people who have been doing it since the 1950s, the people that do it better than anyone in town. That is, of course, Collier and Thompson, your go-to source for every design consideration. They carry the best cabinets, appliances, countertops in the biz. When Collier and Thompson walks away, you're going to be super happy and have a remodel that lasts a lifetime. They can handle any area of your house, you name it, the kitchen, the master bathroom. You want to redo the basement, finish off the basement. You want to knock down some walls, open up the first floor of your house. They have all kinds of experience in doing all of that. And Collier and Thompson is kind of a all in one place. You don't have to go to 5 to 8 different Home Depots to find what you need. With Collier and Thompson, the countertops, the appliances, the lighting, the flooring, the hardware, the plumbing, all right there in-house. And they have specialists to do all of these jobs. They've got a great website where you can go and look at some before and after photos and maybe get some reviews. How about, well, here's a review right now. This is from Shirley. Well, hello, Shirley Cheryl. She says, Collier and Thompson helped design a new kitchen, finished a project on time and within budget, took care of everything professionally and still helping on minor things after completion. On time and on budget. Thank you, Shirley. You're going to be saying that too. If you allow Collier and Thompson to come in and do your remodel, it'll help the value of your home. You'll be very happy that you did. Collier and Thompson on Manchester and Baldwin, next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Come on to quality online at collierandthompson.com.
It's time for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Jackson, forgive my typos. I'm emailing with one hand because my other hand is currently pinned down behind a hefty lump of pale flesh that smells like stale Guinness and urine. Oh. I must have collected her sometime between the shots of Jameson and pints of dark beer as we sang "Oh Danny Boy" and pretended our ancestors were noble Irish folk. But now that my beer goggles are off, I think I've made some mistakes. First, this receptacle near me has got to be 3 bills. I'm not sure I'm getting out of here with both arms. Second, evidence suggests she is not a natural redhead. Third, I'm also so hungover it feels like the Dropkick Murphys stomped on my head all night. Toodles for now. She's starting to grunt and I gotta free my arm, escape this dank room, and wash off my shame before heading into work. That's from Fred O'Dryer's Regret.
Fred O'Dryer's Regret.
So I've been dropping straight fire this week into the inbox, but so far 0 for 2. Not today, boys. Today I swing for the fences like a second-place drag queen. I'm wiping off my tears, tugging it back, and reapplying my foundation and lipstick. You've got to believe. Believe Mizzou and SLU can win round 1 games. Believe Jackie can run this show like a boss sans Tim and Martin. Believe that rash is not an STD, but merely a skin irritation from those new tighty-whities. Believe in the new Home Depot in Eureka, and believe in yourself when you're 3 drinks in, hitting on a 9, that miracles have happened before and they will happen again. Bro Fallon, baby, if your words were on a page, you'd be fine print.
Bro Fallon.
Worst baseball player in a movie? That's Anthony Hopkins, Sir Anthony Hopkins, throwing a baseball and fear strikes out. But this email is an ode to my lover, Douglas Vaughn. I like them khakis you have on. Could it be a faded rose from days gone by? And did I hear you say was a meeting here today? Take me to your mansion in the 63127 sky. He's 60 plus and likes it when I call him baby. All the folks around Sunset Hills says he's crazy because he walks around town with raincoats in his hands looking for a Lithuanian gray-haired man.
What?
That's from
what in the world?
Last name Fingerdew, first name Wilma, and AKA Maker Major, last name Shun, first name Eric.
It's Kevin Miller. Can we just say Kevin Miller? That's who it was.
I just got to give you a little credit. Phenomenal read for as poorly as that was typed.
Yeah.
Misspellings, quotations where they didn't belong.
Yeah.
Good read.
Thanks, man. Hey guys, I'm wondering how uncertainty with Six Flags sale could affect the Drinkwitz contract. If Cam gets his wish and we level it, maybe we could repropose the coaster materials into a new arena and find out once and for all if the NBA can really work in Eureka. That comes from the poor film student, former Six Flags season pass holder / Mr. Freeze enthusiast.
Mr. Freeze enthusiast.
Poor film student.
Poor film student.
Thank you, Doug. Chet wants to start a neighborhood fraternity. At first, the idea seemed asinine, but after considering the perks, I'm on board. To be considered, you must meet the following requirements. All right, he's got a list here, Doug. Be able to perform yard work with greasy hands. This happens because we have to apply tanning oil to each other before gardening. Eat only smoked meats. Can shotgun a glass bottle wine cooler in less than 7 seconds, such as Zima or Mike's Hard Lemonade. Keeps a thick mustache trimmed to a guard 7 length. This is for the ticklin'. Although these requirements seem restrictive, I assure you that they are needed. If we only want the hottest neighborhood dads and stepdads, we have to be picky. P.S. Nippy piercings are a plus, especially barbells. That's from Chet's neighbor.
Barbells. Chet's neighbor.
Were you saying something?
I was going to ask Cam. I love asking you questions. You don't have to give any names, obviously.
What up?
You come across any barbells in locker rooms? Any of those guys?
He's asking if any of your teammates ever had pierced nipples.
No.
Well, in fairness, they were never wearing said piercings in there.
No, nah. Okay. Nah.
You wouldn't wear them during a game. That could get.
There might be a couple guys that went through a phase.
Say a name.
Brad Lukowicz, I would say. He's a rock star, though. Hangs out with all rock stars, so he'd be the guy.
Do you ever consider it?
No. I mean, I got a tattoo, but I pierced my ears in high school. I did it myself just to kind of be cool, and then I'm like, no.
That hurt?
Yeah.
Did you spray anything on it, or?
Probably not. I think it got infected and closed up. But, I'm not into any of that stuff. I don't even wear a watch or a necklace anymore. I don't know.
Okay.
I'm boring.
Well, you're naturally handsome. My dearest Tim, it seems like a fortnight since you left the show. Oh, how I yearn for your witty banter and Jiminy Glick impressions. When you mismanage the clock and blame it on Jackson, I can't help but find it endearing. When Jackson mismanages the clock and takes responsibility for it, I feel like I'm back in the South surviving on nothing but gunpowder and hardtack. Monday can't get here soon enough. Forever Yorn, the unknown DJ.
Unknown DJ.
Doug, and that's what we got for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day.
Do they still even make hardtack?
I'm not even sure what it is.
I didn't know what that was when I read it.
It's like a hard cracker that the Civil War soldiers would be their food.
How is that different than corn pone?
I don't know
what
that
did you
is.
just say?
Corn pone. Wasn't that also a thing people would eat back then? Corn pone?
Or just lasts forever.
Yeah, it's corn pone is a traditional eggless cornbread. It looks awful. It looks like if you cut off the bottom of an elephant's foot and then dyed it yellow.
Ugh.
That's how I describe corn pone. What's fatback? Was that a thing? That's a food?
Maybe back fat.
Fatback is the layer of fat taken from under the skin of the back of a domestic pig. And they would eat that
bacon.
Too.
Yeah,
essentially.
I
think it's but without any of the meat.
I'll eat that.
Cam, you know what?
I'll eat anything on the pig.
Chicharron.
You know what Doug and I tried yesterday after you left?
What?
Some bacon strips.
No, I was listening to that.
No, Cam, you left and they started eating dog food.
No, it wasn't bad. They look like, I'm not going to lie to you.
It's made with real bacon.
I'll try it. They look tasty.
Yeah, they are pretty good.
Yeah. So weird. What's wrong with us?
We get hungry. Sit here 4 hours. You kidding me? I'm starving.
We're sitting here for 4 hours, not moving, not really doing anything important or difficult.
Doing nothing.
And Doug's over there. He's so hungry. He started eating dog food.
Oh, Doug was doing some lunges when you ran to the restroom.
We do yoga in the breaks. People don't know. It's a little secret. Yeah. We do some yoga.
I just remember that bacon commercial with the doggy going crazy in the house. I don't know if you remember that. It's bacon. It was a good advertisement.
Yeah.
I'm like, I might just buy that.
Worked on us.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. If you're having any issues with your car, maybe you need to go to VIP Auto Accessories so you don't have to eat any dog food. And if you do, head over to VIP Auto Accessories.
You go to VIP and they take care of everything. They are a one-stop shop. And in some instances, people will bring their vehicles to 4 or 5 different places when everything can be done in-house at VIP Auto Accessories. That's Tommy Cibulka and Brian Grigg of VIP Auto Accessories. They have 60-plus employees, and what that allows is quicker turnaround times for you. a stellar reputation. That's why they've been doing it in St. Louis since 1979. They're in the business of making money, and they don't make any money when your truck is sitting on their lot. They're going to take care of it with an old-school approach to business. If they tell you they're going to do it, they're going to do it, and you can count on it. That's VIP Auto Accessories. You can count on them. A one-stop shop. Commercial upfits, graphics, wraps, tint, lift kits, hail repair, ceramic coat, paint corrections and touch-ups, paint protection film, powder coat, wheels, brake calipers. They do it all. They have mostly local customers, but also people from around the country who come to work with them. They do commercial fleets, police cars, and much, much more. They're online at VIPAutoAccessories.com.
All right, we're going to come back with more of TMA. Cam, you're sticking around until 11 today, correct?
Yeah, I'm chilling, baby.
Love
Let's
that.
go.
Love that, Cam
Let's
Jansen.
go.
We'll have more of TMA on the other side of the break. You are listening to The Morning After on 101 ESPN, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen, live from the Stifel Studios. Caw-caw. You hear that, Battlehawks fans? That's the sound of Battlehawks football returning to the Dome for the 2026 season. And Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken wants you to be a part of it. That's why their new Battlehawks box will get you 4, count them 4, of their famous hand-breaded chicken strips and an order of potato wedges, which is just a wonderful cut of French fry. It's kind of in the French fry family. It's in the larger potato family, but their wedges are fantastic. You get your choice of 2 dipping sauces. I'll suggest the Chipotle Ranch, a little sweet, a little spicy, and a lot of delicious. And on top of all of that, with their new Battlehawks box, you get a code valid for buy one, get one free Battlehawks tickets. That's right. With this deal, get game day ready with a Battlehawks box for just $9.99 at any St. Louis area Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken location. You can get the Battlehawks box in store or by ordering online on Lee's new mobile app, where you can also earn points for free food and discounts. This is Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken. This is Jackson with the Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. Blues and Flames tonight right here on 101 ESPN. Pregame starting at 7:30, puck drop at 8:30. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. All right, we are back here on TMA. And, Doug, we got some breaking news that I know you're going to be interested in. Just 11 minutes ago, the Masters has released Rory McIlroy's Masters Champions Dinner.
Oh, great.
I'm going to read the menu.
Okay. Read it, dude. I love the Masters.
Love the Masters.
Love it.
Very interested in Champions dinners.
Why would you care about their dinner?
I'm curious to see what he.
I'm not going to let you
what's he doing?
rain on my parade.
Is it some sort of like pot pie with
Well, this is his first Masters win as he completed the career Grand Slam last season. So this dinner served in honor of Rory McIlroy will start as follows with these 4 appetizers, Doug. A peach and ricotta flatbread that features balsamic hot honey and basil.
I'll eat that. I'll eat that.
A rock shrimp tempura with a creamy, spicy sauce.
Oh, God. Oh, yeah, baby.
Bacon wrapped dates.
I'll do that.
Goat cheese and almonds to go along. And then to finish that, Cam, I think you're going to be all over this.
What's up?
Grilled elk sliders, caramelized onion jam, and a roasted garlic aioli.
Elk is supposed to be so good for you.
Yeah, very lean meat.
Really good for you.
I have a feeling Doug's going hungry at that dinner.
Well, I might.
You would eat every single thing.
I have to see what it looks like.
Do you have a palate of a 12-year-old?
No, Doug eats anything.
No, I try to eat really healthy.
You know how
I don't always do it, but I try.
But you ever meet people that eat chicken fingers and French fries and won't eat sushi or try any new thing, and they're like 50 years old and they just their palate they eat French fries like they eat like a 13-year-old.
No, I don't do that. I need to see what it looks like before I'm going to eat it.
I'll try anything.
Some of the stuff sounds good. If you looked at it, you go, "Ooh, I don't know." Like bacon rape dates.
I bet you they're fantastic.
I don't know.
Fantastic.
You ever had dates? They're yummy.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, let's move on to the first.
Who am I kidding? I ate dog food yesterday. Of course I'll eat
I know.
this
Doug
stuff.
really has this whole thing about how he eats, and he's A, eaten dog food in the last 24 hours, and B, ate a slice of gas station pizza.
I did, yeah.
You can't, dude. You are rolling the dice on that. Gas station pizza.
I was
Quick
ashamed
Trip?
of myself.
Quick Trip?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was
Quick Trip, you're okay.
Starving.
Quick Trip's one of the best gas stations going, man.
Well, Rory McIlroy's first course doesn't feature any gas station pizza, but it does have a yellowfin tuna carpaccio.
No, that sounds good.
With some foie gras, toasted baguette, and chives.
Oh,
what is foie gras?
Duck liver pate.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, baby.
It's a delicacy. Now onto the main course, Doug.
Okay.
Oh, this is fantastic.
So far, I'm really liking this menu.
It.
So far, I'm really liking the menu.
Just an app?
So these are that seems like a shared hors d'oeuvre situation on the patio with Chairman Ridley and Mr. Crenshaw. The main course, you get your choice of Wagyu filet mignon or a seared salmon. And you're wondering what's on the side of all that? How about traditional Irish champ? If I'm reading that correctly, sautéed Brussels sprouts, glazed carrots with brown butter, and crispy Vidalia onion rings. I'm all over this menu.
I know.
This menu looks fantastic.
Yeah.
My mouth is watering.
That does sound pretty good.
And the dessert to cap it all off?
What?
Sticky toffee pudding with vanilla ice cream and warm toffee sauce.
Toffee.
Oh, man.
I'll eat every
single thing on that menu I would try.
But wouldn't you want to, feed somebody, make them eat something maybe that they're not used to, so their stomach's goofy the next day?
That's not the
poison.
Is it the next day they play?
Maybe one of those puffer
Champions
fish.
Dinner, I believe, is on Tuesday or Wednesday, yeah.
Feed them puffer fish, and a couple of those guys will die.
Yeah.
You thin the herd.
Roll the dice a little bit. You just get a little much where they're either not going to eat, so they have to find something else.
Yeah.
Or they eat something where their stomach's like, I'm not used to this.
I'm always interested in the Champions Dinner thing. So famously, Bubba Watson's won 2. His meals both times were a Caesar salad, grilled chicken breast with mac and cheese and green beans, and then essentially vanilla cake to finish it off. That was his. I mean, but it's boring. It's lame.
It's boring.
Do you think these guys take into consideration the masses at all, or are they like, this is...
No, they do it. No, I don't think so. But like John Rahm.
That's a good question, actually.
John Rahm's featured a lot of like, he's from the Basque region of Spain, which is a culinary hotbed.
Yes.
And it featured a lot of the classic tapas. And that looked really good. Hideki Matsuyama had a traditional Japanese meal, which looked incredible. Sushi, and then like this like specially made steak and this special Japanese strawberry shortcake thing that looked outstanding.
You ever been to one of those sushi places where I went to a couple that were so expensive? You pay a bunch of money and you go in there, and this guy, it's like you and two other people.
Yeah, they say like the smaller the sushi place, probably the better it is.
Yeah, and you just pay it, and they give you all kinds, and you eat like 50 different things.
Yeah,
I like that.
Doug likes meal satisfaction.
I do, yeah.
What do you mean?
Well, I want to be filled up when it's over. I want to be filled up.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you eat too light, like you have a salad, it's good for you and all, and you might drop a pound or two, but you still kind of walk away saying, I should have got the burger.
Of course, yeah.
What's the Doug Vaughn Masters dinner look like?
Probably grilled chicken or salmon. Take your pick out of that.
Yeah. Some saltines on the side.
I like broccoli. Yeah.
PB and mayo sliders.
Oh, maybe it's an appetite.
Yeah.
A 1961 tap water reserve.
If we still have it.
That was a good year.
Yeah, it was a great year for tap water.
I'd have a seafood boil.
Really? Like a New Orleans style?
Just dump it out on the table.
Dump it all out, baby.
That is a good question.
With
like
lobster.
if you were to win it, what would it be? Because I'd want to do something fun, something unusual, but also probably like show off a little bit of like your roots. You know, like I think Rory does that with some of the stuff there. But
what would our roots be?
I guess toasted ravioli,
Lee's chicken.
Yeah,
Lee's chicken would be great.
Fatty steak.
Pork steak. Pork steak wouldn't be bad.
With some malls.
Gooey butter cake transcends that.
Yeah.
Everyone likes that. Although that I've seen other places outside of St. Louis.
If you serve these guys pork steaks, they'd probably say, "What the hell is this?"
They probably until they dug
they don't
in.
Have pork steaks
Until they
everywhere,
dug in
right?
there, it's pretty dang good.
I mean, but they have pork chops everywhere, which is just
Pork
like
chops.
a thinner version of a pork steak.
I'm anti-pork steak.
Yeah,
Really?
well,
Oh, they're so good.
Don't let
And
the
you could
door
beat
hit
'em
you
up.
where God split
Yeah,
you.
You
I'll
could
see
beat 'em
myself
up.
out.
You could hit them on the high heat for a while. They don't overcook, and you can put them in a crock pot if you really want to get them tender.
If you get bad ones, they're almost all fat. But if you get a pork steak at Billy G's,
Yeah, you've said that.
it's like
Thick.
2 inches thick.
Yes.
It's like a steak. It's
awesome.
It's fantastic.
Yeah, I like pork steak.
But you can't get a bad one. You can't get some that are just nothing but fat.
Yeah, wide delta on those.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you cook it long enough in the barbecue sauce, and it's going to come out pretty. I haven't had a pork steak where I was like, this is just no good.
I'm hungry for one right now.
Me too.
Well, clearly.
They're fun to cook because they're hard to overcook. They're not like a ribeye where you really got to turn it. You could beat them up. You keep them on the grill for a while.
You can take in a fighting major with your pork steak.
We got about 40 minutes left. Would 11:30 be too early to hammer down a pork steak?
Oh, God, no.
No, you're about 30 minutes late.
It's 4 o'clock.
Yeah, that's the thing, too. When your day starts way earlier, lunch and dinner should also correlate.
Kate and I eat at 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
Really? For dinner?
For dinner.
Doesn't that get a little disheartening in the summer when you have 4 more hours of sunlight after dinner?
It's good. You got the whole rest of the night to kind of work it off.
I'll snack after that, but I mean, we're like 95-year-old people the way we eat and go to bed early.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Nothing wrong with that, though.
No. And then if I sleep in, I feel like I'm fasting.
Yeah, I do. I do the intermittent fast.
You know what I mean?
I don't eat anything until
12 hour. I could do a 12.
I don't eat usually anything until 1 or 1:30.
See that? I'd
Just
be,
black coffee
I'd
and
be
water.
pissy. I need to. I need
It's
something.
taking some getting used to.
Yeah. Especially on here.
And then it's an absolute fight at the end of the night to not snack.
That's what's going to get you.
That's the hardest part.
That's
man.
what's going to get you.
Oh, I know it.
9:30 after 9 o'clock. Ooh,
You're watching TV, you got to have some ice cream
or a cookie. Especially in Girl Scout cookie season.
Not one cookie, but 5
one
cookies.
But I would say,
does one
I've said this before, and I don't know if it's but Girl Scout cookies are just brutal.
They're
I'll
not
crush
that
a whole
good.
box, but they're. I feel like they're just it's like buying RC Cola compared to Coke.
Yeah, it's. If you were to compare a sleeve of Oreos to a sleeve of any Girl Scout cookies, an Oreo is running laps around.
Exactly.
But that's it's Milk's favorite cookie.
Yeah, why don't they change up the recipe a little bit?
Because they're selling them like no one's business.
Because they feel bad because this little girl's like, hi, help me.
It doesn't matter.
It's all in the marketing.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
And it's probably cheap to make.
I can only imagine. The margins are probably awesome because it's like $5-6 a box. And everyone does it because they want to support, as they should. But then here we are with boxes of, and what am I going to do, not eat them?
I'll hit those Thin Mints up.
With how much food waste in this world, you think I'm going to let those cookies go to waste?
So we need pork steaks and some Girl Scout cookies, and we need it now, frankly.
Yeah. You're a Hoosier, Doug.
Yeah. Hoosiers
we all are, in a way.
Hoosiers rejoice.
Maybe not you, but
well,
I certainly am.
We'll be back with more TMA, more culinary talk here on TMA coming up on the other side of the break. We're in our Design Air Heating and Cooling 10 o'clock hour. We'll have the results of the Design Air Heating and Cooling email a day coming up on about 10:55 or so. You are listening to The Morning After live on 101 ESPN, presented by Brian Crouppen from the Stifel Studios.
For more than 135 years, Stifel has been a trusted name in finance, headquartered right here in downtown St. Louis since 1890. So what does Stifel do? Pretty much everything money-related, wealth management, check, banking through Stifel Bank. Yep, you own a business, they've got a full-service investment bank for that, too. Basically, if it involves finance, Stifel has a solution for you. With 12 offices across the St. Louis region and more than 400 nationwide, Stifel combines local experience with national reach. Unlike many firms, Stifel isn't bank-owned. They own their own bank, and that independence allows them to focus on one thing, doing what's best for their clients. It's a philosophy that has made Stifel one of the fastest-growing wealth management firms in the world. Their tagline says it all, where success meets success. That's why partnering with TMA just makes sense. We're very proud to have Stifel as one of our sponsors. They also sponsor the Cardinals, the Blues, Stifel Theater, Stifel Charity Classic, the U.S. National Ski Team. So we're in great company with Stifel as one of our fabulous sponsors. Stifel Nicholas and Company, Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
Welcome back. You're listening to TMA 101 ESPN, broadcasting live from the Stifel studios. It's all presented by Brown and Crouppen. We are in our Design Air Heating and Cooling 10 o'clock hour. And if you're looking to watch a little bit of tournament action, well, we got some Madness tip-off broadcast coming up here on 101 ESPN. The NCAA men's basketball tournament tips off this week, and you can watch the games this Thursday and Friday with 101 ESPN and Bud Light. This Thursday, that's tomorrow, you can join BK and Ferrario from 11 to 2, and then the Fast Lane from 2 to 6 as they broadcast live from Helen Fitzgerald's. Then on Friday, you can join both shows as they broadcast live from Ray's Sport House in Soulard, which I imagine will be a real good time as Missouri. That's a Missouri-centric bar, and Missouri, of course, playing in St. Louis on Friday night, so you can go watch their broadcast out there. You enjoy some cold food, or you can enjoy some food, hot food, a cold Bud Light, 101 giveaways, and plenty of screens to watch all the games. You can get more details at 101ESPN.com. Our Madness of March broadcasts are refreshed by Bud Light. That's easy to drink, easy to enjoy. More tournament action tonight. We get Miami of Ohio. Can they outlast that one loss in their conference tournament and take down SMU? Coached by Andy Enfield, who used to be the coach at Florida Gulf Coast University, where I went my freshman year. There's all the connections. Ooh.
You went through your freshman year?
Yeah, that's right.
And then what?
And then transferred to Missouri.
Why?
I was in a golf program down there, and I stopped wanting to do that. Not playing college golf, but Were you
teaching golf or like?
That was what I wanted to do my freshman year, and then got out of it.
You didn't like it? I think that'd be awesome.
No, it was a great program. And
learn the game.
People were great. Yeah, no, it was great. But this just wasn't what. And also, golf was in a lot different place in early 2017 than it is now, as we sit here in 2026, or what it was when it had its reboom in 2020. So I felt like I was doing the right thing, and I was spending a lot of money to go there.
Oh, yeah.
So
well, there you go.
A significant cost-cutting measure in terms of, well, I could have stayed there and done it the whole time. That wasn't an issue, but it just seemed like the right move. And I'm glad I did it.
Yeah, good.
But
man.
I'm also glad I went down there my freshman year. It was a great experience.
Oh, yeah.
But, yeah, Miami of Ohio and SMU tonight, though.
Okay.
What do you like? What do you like? Can the Red Hawks do it? I think the Red Hawks can do it.
I'll go for Miami of Ohio. I'll be rooting for them anyway, because I like the small schools.
Yeah. Yeah, SMU doesn't really like to play a lot of defense, so I think Miami will have a little bit of room to mess around.
Yeah.
But you can hear more of all this tournament breakdown when me and Riz do the spread zone here after today's program, brought to you by FanDuel. Looking forward to doing that.
Okay, I'll be listening for that.
Hey, thanks, Doug.
You gonna throw some coin down, you say?
Right now, I can't think of much other than that pork steak.
I know.
Yeah, a lot of people.
It's going to be beautiful today, too. I might have to barbecue.
How many pork steaks can you eat?
Well, I'll get 2 fatties, and then cook both of them, and I'll eat them until you can't, and then I'll eat them the next day. They're still pretty good.
Oh, I know.
You know?
Gosh.
Or you put them in the crock pot and just put some malls in there. And just let
don't
it just,
baste your barbecue.
Man,
Maul
man.
it.
Maul it. That's North County style with Budweiser, too.
Is malls a St. Louis thing or no?
I think it is.
I think so.
There's no way to know.
I love
it.
No.
We have no way to find information now.
None.
Don't baste your barbecue. Maul it.
Oh, man. Jack Hughes is taking a beating, I guess, because he said he wanted to get the puck back instead of the golden goal.
Oh, who has it?
Well, the Hockey Hall of Fame snagged it up, and they put it in the Hall of Fame, and he came out, and he's like, I kind of want that. My dad collects things. I don't collect much, but I kind of want that puck.
Well, he can't have it.
Yeah.
He didn't buy it. It wasn't his.
Sounds bad. It's like just, Sidney Crosby scored in, 10, and he gave the goal, or the puck away to the Hall of Fame, so he just kind of looks a little, I don't know. I just would have snagged it really quick if I was a player. Just like, we're celebrating. Where's that thing? Let me go grab that. Just like Chris Pronger did to Patrick Kane when he scored in overtime to win the Stanley Cup.
What kind of cool memorabilia are you working with?
Man, I gave a lot of stuff away, dude. I would come home after every season like Santa Claus, and I'd have jerseys from Kovalchuk and Marty, all signed to all my buddies. I'd have all this cool stuff. I would just give it away. And now I look back on it, I'm like, you're an idiot. Because I want to, pimp out my basement and some of the stuff. But I got a lot.
Would have made for a nice man cave.
I got a lot of cool stuff.
Do you have the puck from your first goal?
Oh, yeah. God, yeah. Oh, yeah. I got plaques from 300 games and to your first goal to all that. Yeah, I got cool stuff. Good fighting pictures and stuff. So I got enough. But I did give a lot. But I felt good doing it. We were sponsored by Hugo Boss, too. And I would bring home all kinds of cool NHLPA Hugo Boss, like golf shirts for my buddies and stuff. Really cool.
And now they're sponsored by, I think, by Reebok. But we had Hugo Boss when I was playing. It's nice. 40% off too. You can get. It's kind of cool. But other than that, I don't have. Mike Tyson has a cool picture that he signed for me. I got that. It's kind of nice. But I don't know. I don't have much.
I think if the Hall of Fame wants to put the puck in the Hall of Fame, that's probably where it belongs.
Yeah, I think it supersedes your dad wanting it for his collection.
Because it wasn't his puck. It's different if it's an individual scoring a goal. The puck doesn't mean much to anybody else.
Yeah.
But that was a meaningful puck for everyone.
Yeah.
If it was his stick, he could say, no, I'm keeping the stick.
That's
it's
true.
my stick.
That's true.
And the Hall of Fame's in Canada, correct?
Yes.
Are they doing this
Toronto.
to stick it to us, like not giving it back?
I was thinking that.
Now I've changed my mind. Get that damn puck.
Exactly.
Especially after we beat him in the World Baseball Classic, too. They're like, they're not getting this puck
They're
back.
not happy. For a lot of reasons.
What about Hellebuck's stick? I saw on Matthew Tkachuk and Brady Tkachuk's podcast, Wingmen, that he showed off where you can see the puck mark of where he saved
the save,
which is awesome. I bet the Hockey Hall of Fame would probably want that.
But that's
you
his
ain't getting
stick.
it. You're not getting it.
He would have to grant that to them.
Exactly.
I think something like a puck is that.
I'm sorry, if I'm Hellebuck, I'm keeping that stick.
For sure.
That's my
I couldn't
stick.
agree more. And I get Jack Hughes like making the attempt to get it. You know, what's the hurt in trying besides people saying that, that's not yours, people chiming in who spend all day on
Canada,
Twitter.
I don't know about you up there.
Do you, as a former NHL player, do you have anything like the MLB gives out, like I think it's called the MLB Lifetime Pass, and former players with at least 8 years of service can walk up and get into any game at any stadium. Is there anything like that for NHL guys?
No, I don't think so. But I remember traveling with Curbs, and I didn't have a pass anywhere we went, and I just walked right in. No one checked your pass. I looked the part. You're talking to people. You got a nice suit on, and I just didn't have my pass. So I just all these buildings just walk around back. No one even cared.
I've always kind of thought if you look the part and walk with a purpose,
that is it. You could do a lot of things.
Get
with
a lot
confidence.
of places you're not supposed to be.
Exactly right.
Especially with a clipboard. You're wearing a suit with a clipboard.
Or a ladder and a vest.
Yeah, right this way, sir.
There's so many different. If you look the part, and just look it with confidence.
Confidence.
You could walk by and get into a lot of things that you wouldn't think that you would.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe concerts, like walk through the back like I'm part of it. I don't know.
Yeah. We're walking through the back of this 10 o'clock hour here on TMA, and we'll have more of it on the other side of the commercial break, Cam. This is The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brian Crouppen, live on 101 ESPN from the Stifel Studios. Right now, FanDuel is dropping bonus bets into everyone's account for the tournament, and all you have to do is opt in to claim your bonus. You can use them on your bracket picks, money lines, spreads, totals, game props, or even same-game parlays, and FanDuel makes it so easy. Again, all you have to do is hit opt in to claim your bonus, but don't wait. These bonus bets are only available for a limited time, and Doug Vaughn has a play for you for this evening.
Here's the play. You got Dallas playing at Colorado tonight in the NHL. Colorado's the highest scoring team in the league. Dallas not far behind them. The over-under on that is 6.5 goals. I'm going to say take the over on this. A lot of offensive talent on those two teams. Take the over.
All right. Doug Vaughn is on the over of that game. And to sign, just visit FanDuel.com/local to learn more. You must be 21 and present in Missouri. Bonus issued are non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Max bonus $500 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Welcome back. TMA here on 101 ESPN. Little Wednesday program. It's 10:45 in St. Louis. That time check is brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers. Blues hockey on here tonight, Cam. We got the Flames and Blues here. Pregame starting at 7:30, and that puck's going to drop at 8:30.
If you want to make a little run, you're going to have to beat the teams under you.
Yeah.
And you didn't do it in Winnipeg, and now you got to wait 2 days, and then you play Calgary, and then you wait 2 more days, and then you play Vancouver. And both those teams are certainly rebuilding. So if you're going to make a move here, you got to do it against these next 2 teams.
You got to get your cleats a-clicking.
You got to go. Yeah. You got to.
7 points out of the last wild card. Yeah. With they played 67 games, so they
have about 15 left, or 13 left.
Who can possibly do that kind of math?
Not honest at the fly.
It's impossible. It's impossible math to do.
I don't know.
But do you think they actually have any sort of shot?
I don't look at it like that. No, I look at it like your draft stock is going to be, a lot lower than it would be if you kept losing games. But how do you lose games, man? These guys don't give a damn. I said that before about a number 1 pick. They're thinking about themselves. Goalies are hot. It's just the way it is. It's just the way it is. But it is weird that the Blues start off slow, though. It's 2 years in a row now. And Curbs came on and talked about maybe changing things up in training camp and getting some of these guys clicking with each other instead of having some young kid that's not going to make the team playing on the line in practice.
Yeah, shifting the schedule.
Put those guys together right off the bat.
Yeah.
Not all those guys. I told you, I wouldn't even be able to see the older guy, the NHL guys when I was in training camp because Lou wouldn't let it happen. Yeah. You had to earn even being around them.
Yeah.
So you just look up like, God, I wish I was with them. Oh my God, I want to be with. What do I do? What do I do? That's your mindset. Right. And then once you do go in that locker room with all the big dogs, and you're sitting there like, whoa. This is different.
Yeah.
This is where I want to be.
And everything was earned.
Yeah. Everything was earned.
Yeah, I like that. I know, Doug, you wanted the starting lineup for today's Cardinal game?
Yes.
They're playing Houston.
Okay.
Shortstop and leading off, Mason Wynn. Catching today and hitting second, Ivan Herrera.
Ooh.
Hitting third and playing third base, Ramon Arias. Batting cleanup and playing right field, Jordan Walker. Batting fifth and DHing, Nelson Velasquez. Playing left field and hitting sixth is Thomas Sajaci. Hitting seventh, Jose Fermin. He'll be playing first base. And center and hitting eighth, Nathan Church. And playing second and batting ninth is Brody Moore. There's your Cardinal lineup.
JJ?
No JJ in there today.
Nathan Church has got a lot of playing time this spring. I think he's got a legitimate shot to.
I think he's a good utility outfielder. Guy you can kind of plug and play. He'll probably get you. He's not going to no world under by any means, but a good glove and serviceable enough bat.
Yeah.
How old is he?
Nathan Church, crowdsourcing.
Let's see, he's 25.
25. So young cat. Yeah. All right. Thomas Sajaci back from his Team Italy duties. I have to say, just a brief aside, Team Italy could have done a lot better with the hat. Just the capitalized I on their hat.
Oh, yeah.
With the Italian flag on the side. I would go with I think one of Italy, like a great thing about Italy is the shape of their country, the boot.
Oh yeah,
put that on the front of the hat. Now you got
everybody knows what it is.
Just the capitalized I. I thought that was a big opportunity missed. Whereas Venezuela's uniforms were beautiful.
They were beautiful.
USA uniforms are beautiful.
Always.
Great Britain has made strides.
But if even an ignorant person would know what Italy was on the map.
It's a very famous country in terms of the shape. It looks so cool.
Besides you, probably the most famous shape of any country.
And how does Team Italy go with blue for their colors?
Team Italy? Oh, yeah. There's no blue in the flag.
No.
I don't know. That's a good question.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Huh.
That might be my number one place to go and hang out.
To visit.
I think so.
Yeah.
Have you been there?
No, I have not.
Oh, it's beautiful.
I think that would be great. I would also recommend maybe visiting Webster Groves and James Carlton because that's where he works out of.
Even more beautiful than Italy.
It's
beautiful man.
And a beautiful man. That's exactly right. Here's Tim talking about James Carlton.
James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency is a longtime TMA and Tim McKernan Show podcast sponsor, and I recommend him wholeheartedly to our audience. I've been a client now since 2019, and you can make the switch to James Carlton by calling 314-961-4800 or going online at carltoninsurance.net. That's James Carlton, the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, 314-961-4800 or go online at carltoninsurance.net. James has been doing this now for 18 years. And James doesn't come in every week and say, hey, I can save you money. But this time, well, things are different. Because James said in the 18 years he's been doing it, he's never seen automotive insurance rates drop at the rate that he has seen over the last couple of months. He can save you thousands of dollars. Imagine a 5-minute phone call being worth thousands of dollars. You might as well make it and find out. 314-961-4800 or go online at carltoninsurance.net. If your insurance costs a leg and an arm, call James Carlton, State Farm.
All right, we'll be back on the other side of the break with the results of the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Who will get closer to winning that Schaefer Door Company $5,000 garage door prize for the emailer of the month? Find out next here on TMA on 101 ESPN. The whole thing's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen as we broadcast live from the Stifel Studios. This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Reading a Derek Gould tweet here, and according to minor league baseball transactions, the Cardinals have optioned pitcher Richard Fitz to Class A, AAA Memphis today. That's just in today from Derek Gould, according to the minor league baseball transactions website. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer. And welcome back. This is the morning after. Live here on 101 ESPN, presented by Brown and Crouppen. We are just moments away from revealing the winner of today's Design Air Heating and Cooling Email Today competition. Before that, how about we hear about Seth Goldcamp and friends over at Design Air Heating and Cooling?
Design Air Heating and Cooling is online at designairservice.com. The longest running sponsor on the morning after, going back more than a decade. And the sponsor of our email of the day. Seth Goldcamp is fourth generation owner of Design Air Heating and Cooling. And the thing that has been passed down from generation to generation is the following. The client wants their heating and cooling system fixed, and then they don't want to be upsold. So that's what Seth Goldcamp and his team do. They fix it, and they earn your business in the long term, not by upselling, but by making sure that it's taken care of, and you know that you can count on them, and you go back to them the next time you need them. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling. They're online at designairservice.com, the longest running sponsor of the morning after. I'm a client. Doug Vaughn's a client. Martin Kilcoyne's a client. We ask you to become a client as well and support the TMA sponsors. Design Air Heating and Cooling, the longest running TMA sponsor.
All right, Doug, you ready to hear who won today's Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day? There was a tie at the top of the leaderboard between Chet's neighbor and poor film student, and I use was as a past tense because Chet's neighbor has created a one-goal gap over the poor film student with his third win of the month. He wins today's Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Martin Kilcoyne back tomorrow. Cam Jansen, we thank you so much for filling in these first 3 days of the week. You've been awesome. People are loving you, sending me texts about how much they love having you on. So we love it every time, Cam. Thank you so much for being in here, filling in for the vacationing Martin Kilcoyne and Tim McKernan. For Doug Vaughn, for Kurt Garner, for me, Jackson Burkett, this has been the morning after. BK and Ferrario at the top of the hour. This is all presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, live from the Stifel Studios.